off. So I will go ahead and share my screen. Let me just get it to the slideshow. Here we go. Okay. So I'm actually going to talk more about writing. I'm not really going to talk about technology much. I'm going to talk about how writing instruction can revolutionize education. I think writing is potentially hugely powerful in learning. It's also, of course, an important skill in its own right. And we really don't exploit its potential power. So I'm going to talk about how we can do that to enable students to learn more deeply, in addition to developing their writing skills, how to develop their analytical abilities and how to boost their reading comprehension, also their oral language abilities. So those are all the things that effective writing instruction can do. Well, unfortunately, my slides are not advancing. I guess I should check this. I'm gonna try stopping the share and going into it again and see if that'll work. So. Yes, okay, we're in business. So I mentioned writing can boost learning. This is well established. And it has to do with the way we take in, the way our minds take in and make sense of new information. In other words, the way we learn. The important thing in this diagram, which is a diagram of processes in the mind, is this middle box labeled working memory. So you may have heard of working memory. The important thing, that's the aspect of our consciousness where we are taking in new information, trying to make sense of it. And the important thing to know about working memory is that it's very limited in its capacity. It can only juggle about 4 or 5 new items for maybe 20 seconds or so before it starts to get overwhelmed and we start to forget things. We don't have the cognitive capacity to understand what we're trying to take in or to remember it or analyze it. And unfortunately, there's no reliable way to increase the capacity of working memory for any individual, but there is a way around these limitations on working memory. And that has to do with that box that says long-term memory on the right. And our long-term memory is potentially infinite, although it may not always feel that way. But if we can just withdraw relevant information when we need it from long-term memory, bring it into working memory, we don't have to juggle it with the new items, and that expands our capacity for comprehension, for learning. And that burden that's placed on working memory is called cognitive load by scientists. So having relevant information in long-term memory can relieve that cognitive load and give us more ability to take in, to learn. So there are a couple of tricks though. First of all, you have to transfer new information to long-term memory. Then you have to be able to retrieve it from long-term memory when you need it. So the best way to transfer information to long-term memory is to attach some meaning to it, maybe by explaining it to somebody else orally or in writing. And in order to ensure that you can retrieve an item when you need it, you need to practice retrieving it. The more you practice it, the more likely you are to be able to retrieve it when you need it. You can do that through quizzing about information, but another very effective way to practice retrieving something is by explaining it to someone else in your own words, orally or in writing. So as I'll explain later, writing can really be helpful in this process of learning, through this transfer and retrieval. So let's talk a little bit about the evidence that writing can boost retention of information. So this is a graph from a study that was done over 10 years ago now, about retrieval practice. And it found that, so what do we mean by retrieval practice? Again, it could be quizzing, or it could be writing about or explaining information orally. In this particular study, what happened was students, these were college students, were shown a text about sea otters, and then they were divided into 4 groups, and they were asked to study this text in different ways. So some just read it once, some read it twice, some did a concept map, and this group that did the best, that dark blue bar, they engaged in retrieval practice in the form of writing about what they had read. And as you can see, their retention a week later of the information was much greater. And there is also this recent meta-analysis on the effects of writing on learning in science, social studies, and mathematics. So we're not just talking about English or English language arts. Across the curriculum, they found that writing about content reliably enhanced learning with a pretty substantial effect size. So we know that writing about what you're learning can boost retention and boost learning. And here are some other potential benefits of writing instruction. It can build and deepen knowledge. You're going to retain that information better. You're also going to be making connections between different items of information. And it's so powerful that it actually can help compensate for gaps in background knowledge that are interfering with comprehension of, grade level text. If it's assuming certain knowledge that the reader doesn't have, writing about it can, first of all, identify what gaps are interfering with comprehension, and also through the writing process, make that new information stick better. And it can develop analytical abilities. As I mentioned, we are making all these connections. We're deciding what's more important, what evidence supports that. All of these things we're doing when we're writing. And very importantly, writing can familiarize students with the syntax of written language, and that can boost reading comprehension. Syntax, sentence structure, the syntax of written language is almost always more complex than spoken language. And if students are going to be able to understand that complexity, it really is helpful to teach them explicitly how to use that kind of complex syntax, subordinating conjunctions and clauses and the passive voice, all of those things that can really interfere with reading comprehension. But the problem is that writing is also the hardest thing we ask students to do. And again, that has to do with the limitations on working memory. Remember, it can only juggle a few items, new items at a time before it starts to get overwhelmed. And when students are writing, they're juggling many things if they're inexperienced writers. So everything from letter formation, if perhaps they are literate in another alphabet, but not in our alphabet, spelling, which we know is not easy in English, what words to use, how to organize their thoughts, understanding the content that they're writing about and communicating that understanding. And then again, that complex syntax and vocabulary of written language, which they may not be familiar with just from spoken language. And all of this creates a heavy cognitive load and stress, which in itself, stress is also a burden on working memory. So it is very easy. If we ask inexperienced writers to write about something, it's very easy for them to get overwhelmed, especially if we ask them to write at length. If writing is hard, and writing at length is just going to be more difficult. So it's so hard, really, and I'd say it's the hardest thing we ask students to do in school, most likely. Then certain traditional methods are not going to be enough. So sentence diagramming, teaching parts of speech, that kind of grammatical instruction in the abstract has not been found to work for most students. Studies going back 100 years have shown that it doesn't transfer over to their own writing. And some studies have shown that it actually can make their writing worse. And then just asking students to express themselves and try to provide feedback in the context of their writing when they're writing at length, that can be overwhelming for both the teacher and the student if you get many pages of error-filled prose. So that has not always been successful. And then the idea of using mentor texts, those can be helpful, but it is, again, it's so hard that without more explicit instruction, merely showing many students what good writing looks like is not going to be enough to enable them to produce good, coherent writing. So we need to do something more than these traditional methods for many students. And what can we do? How can we ensure students learn to write, which is in itself a valuable skill and a difficult one to acquire, and also use writing, as I've described, to build knowledge and analytical abilities? Well, certain three principles we need to observe. One is we need to modulate that heavy cognitive load, that burden on working memory imposed by writing, by, for example, beginning at the sentence level, if that's what students need, no matter what age or grade level they're at. Secondly, embed writing activities in the content of the curriculum, because then we're using writing to build the knowledge in a powerful way that we want students to acquire. So a separate writing curriculum or writing that personal experience is not optimal if we want students to acquire the kind of academic knowledge that's going to enable them to understand what they read and understand a newspaper, that kind of thing. And then thirdly, teach grammar and conventions in the context of students' own writing. So as I mentioned, teaching grammar rules, parts of speech in the abstract has been found not to work for most students. But that doesn't mean they don't need to be explicitly taught grammar and conventions. What does work is to teach it in the context of their own writing. But as I mentioned, if you've got pages of error-filled prose, where do you begin? So that's where beginning at the sentence level can be very useful. And I know of only one method that combines all of these principles, and that is the Writing Revolution method. And I'm the co-author of this book. It's not my method. My co-author, Judith Hochman, developed this method. She's a veteran educator, and she developed it basically through trial and error over many years of teaching. So this is a step-by-step guide. And also the Writing Revolution is an organization that offers online courses in how to implement the method. So before I get into describing how that method works and why, I just want to make the point that not all cognitive load is bad. Too much cognitive load is bad and overwhelming, but it's just excessive cognitive load that we're worried about. That's what's going to interfere with learning. Some cognitive load is actually necessary for learning. There is no learning without effort. So what we want to do is eliminate or reduce that extraneous cognitive load, kind that interferes with learning and is not necessary to learning, to leave space for what cognitive scientists call desirable difficulties, kind of difficulties that are going to facilitate learning rather than interfere with it. So how does this idea about cognitive load and modulating cognitive load apply to writing? Well, first we have to understand that there are different aspects to literacy, and that we can use them in conjunction to modulate cognitive load. So listening, speaking, reading, and writing are all aspects of literacy. Now, often we just think of it as reading, but no, and sometimes we might think of it as writing too, but to really get, to enable students to read and write at higher levels, we also need to be aware of how listening and speaking can relate to reading. And the basic thing to know about listening and speaking is that they're easier than reading and writing, right? We don't need to teach students how to do those things. We do them naturally. We have evolved to do those things naturally. And that means that they themselves really don't impose cognitive load on us. The cognitive load there is just from the content that we're listening and speaking about. So before students are fluent readers and writers, listening and speaking those things are going to be the most effective way to build knowledge in the first instance, because you're going to have more cognitive capacity, more space and working memory to take in the content, understand it, and analyze it, and think about it. And when you're listening, ideally, you're going to be listening to complex text being read aloud, maybe text that the student themselves could not read on their own yet, because they're going to have more capacity to take in information if somebody else is doing the decoding work and the fluency work for them. And then by speaking about that content, using that same vocabulary and speaking about those concepts they've just heard about, that's going to help get the information into long-term memory in the first instance. Then once students have the vocabulary, the concepts in long-term memory, that can help them do these more difficult tasks of reading and writing if they're reading and writing about the same topics that they have just listened to and spoken about. So in this, when we bring all these things together, we can really boost students' reading and writing ability. So those are the points that I have just made. And so that's why it's important to have a curriculum, if possible, that connects all these things. So prior knowledge has been found to help significantly with reading comprehension. So I just want to make that point so we understand what this reading and writing can do in conjunction with listening and speaking. So there, back in the late 1980s, there was a study that has come to be known as the baseball study. It was done here in the United States, where I am. And the researchers wanted to figure out what is more important in reading comprehension. Is it general ability to do things like find the main idea, make inferences, the kinds of skills, quote unquote, that appear to be tested by reading comprehension tests? Or is it how much the reader knows about the topic? And they chose the topic of baseball because they were doing this with 7th and 8th graders. And they figured, well, there are plenty of kids out there who are not all around good readers, but they do know a lot about baseball. So they divided these kids up into 4 groups, depending on how much they knew about baseball and how well they had scored on a standardized reading comprehension test. And then they gave them all a passage to read describing a baseball game and tested their comprehension of that passage. And this is what they found. What really made the difference was knowledge of baseball when kids were reading about baseball. So these are the supposedly poor readers, according to the standardized test, who knew a lot about baseball. In this much shorter bar, those are the supposedly good readers who did not know much about baseball. And as you can see, when the quote unquote poor readers knew about the topic, they did quite well. This is not just one study. This same experiment has been repeated in numerous other contexts, and the same results have always been found. But that may be fairly obvious when we're dealing with a specialized body of knowledge with its own lingo, like baseball or, molecular biology. If you know the lingo, you're going to have an easier time understanding text about it. What's less obvious is how much we rely on background knowledge to understand everything we read. So for example, it's been found there's a strong correlation between knowing the answer to a question like, in what part of the body does pneumonia occur? And general reading comprehension. So the more of that kind of general academic knowledge you have, the more likely you are to be a good all-around comprehender. And that suggests that to boost reading comprehension, students need to acquire as much academic knowledge and vocabulary as possible, get that into long-term memory. And another, I mentioned knowledge of complex syntax can often be a barrier to comprehension. And for example, I came across a study recently that where the researchers, they were working with a 10-year-old boy, and his decoding abilities were just fine, but he had reading comprehension problems. And so they read him aloud this sentence about Rachel Carson, the author of Silent Spring, about pesticides that came out back in the 1960s. Rachel Carson, who was a scientist, writer, and ecologist, grew up in the rural river town of Springdale, Pennsylvania. And then the researcher asked the boy, so what do you know about Rachel Carson now? And he replied, they grew up together in the same place. Now, how did he come to that answer? Well, he looked at these words, scientist, writer, and ecologist, and he thought there were 3 different people. And the researchers said, this is not an uncommon kind of error. So this structure, which is called an appositive, a phrase describing a noun, is not one we use in conversation, but it does show up in written language quite a bit. And if you're not familiar with that kind of structure, it can really pose a barrier to comprehension. So all of this is crucial for reading, all of this kind of knowledge I'm talking about, academic knowledge, knowledge of complex syntax, but it's even more important for writing. because, you're not just understanding text, you actually have to produce it. You have to produce that complex syntax and vocabulary, not just understand it. So it's like the difference between speaking a foreign language and understanding it. It's generally easier for us to understand it than to produce that language. Writing also involves is not just knowledge, but skills, complex skills. And any complex skill, like playing the violin or baseball or whatever, can be taught through what cognitive scientists call deliberate practice. So what is deliberate practice? Well, it's not just repeating the same thing over and over again. It's more complex than that, although repeating it is part of it. You first have to divide the process into manageable chunks. That a teacher or a coach needs to do that. And then provide prompt targeted feedback as students practice each of those chunks. And then when students have grasped one chunk, then you want to move on to another one that's harder, and that's going to create those desirable difficulties that lead to learning. So if we're talking about writing, what chunk should we begin with? Well, as I've hinted, sentences. So there's several reasons for that. And one is, as I've mentioned, sentences are going to free up space in working memory for those desirable difficulties, for learning both the skills of writing themselves and also for acquiring knowledge through writing. Sentences are also the building blocks of all writing. If you can't write a good sentence, if you've never learned to construct a good sentence, you're unlikely to be able to construct a good paragraph or a good essay. So you've got to start at the foundation of writing. And as I mentioned, sentences also make it easier to teach grammar and conventions in the context of students' own writing. And additionally, familiarity with complex sentence structure is going to boost reading comprehension. So if you teach students how to use an appositive, for example, they're going to be much more likely to understand that structure when they encounter it in their reading. So what kinds of sentence skills am I talking about that could be stored in long-term memory through practice and just withdrawn as needed? Well, a basic one, but not a simple one, is just the concept of a sentence. What's the difference between a sentence and a sentence fragment, an incomplete sentence, a phrase, or a good sentence and a run-on sentence? This is not something for a lot of kids, or students rather, just providing the definition of a sentence, a subject and a predicate, it expresses a complete thought. That's too abstract. It's not going to be enough. But if you have them practice repeatedly distinguishing a complete sentence from a fragment, for example, then that concept is going to kind of get into their muscle memory or their long-term memory. Beyond that, acquainting students with different types of sentences, you might say vary your sentence structure, but they might not know how to do that, what that means. So a statement, a question, and then getting into conjunctions. These simple conjunctions can be very powerful, as I'll show in a minute, in building knowledge. And also some students don't just use these in their writing sort of naturally, just from their reading. And then getting into more complex sentences, using subordinating conjunctions like although, and those appositives, phrases describing nouns that I mentioned earlier. With these skills in long-term memory, again, there's going to be more space in working memory for students to think about the content they're writing about, write coherently, and build knowledge. So to go back to that example about Rachel Carson, one sentence level activity that can help familiarize students with complex syntax is something called sentence combining. And this is one of the few sentence level strategies that have been studied and has been found to work to help students create more complex sentences. So sentence combining would consist of giving students 2 or 3 or maybe more simple sentences like this. And this again is about Rachel Carson. Rachel Carson was a scientist. Rachel Carson was a writer. Rachel Carson was an ecologist. And then asking them to combine, and that she grew up in Springdale, Pennsylvania, and then asking them to combine all of these into one complex sentence, and they might come up with something like this. Rachel Carson, scientist, writer, and ecologist, grew up in Springdale, Pennsylvania. So this can be and if it's not a bad activity, but it's not really building students' knowledge about Rachel Carson because it's providing them with all the information they need to create that complex sentence. They don't have to retrieve information from long-term memory that they've slightly forgotten and put it into their own words. And that, remember, is a very powerful way of cementing knowledge and ensuring that we can retrieve it when we need it. So there's another activity that can do all of those things, boost writing skill, reading comprehension, and knowledge all at the same time. Again, let's take the same example, Rachel Carson, Silent Spring. First, teach students what an appositive is using familiar content. And when you're introducing a new writing strategy, it's important to use content students are familiar with, because again, that will modulate the cognitive load. They won't have to juggle new information along with this new writing strategy. Then, after students have learned about Rachel Carson, because they need information in long-term memory about Rachel Carson to retrieve, give them this sentence to complete. Rachel Carson blank grew up in Springdale, Pennsylvania. Again, they're learning about what an appositive is, how to construct an appositive, but they're also cementing the knowledge they've acquired about Rachel Carson. So how do you go about introducing these sentence level activities to students, or any writing activities? There are also, as I'll mention, outlining, this method goes beyond the sentence level. So how do you introduce these new ideas? Well, first of all, and this is important, when planning activities, it's important for the teacher to anticipate student responses to whatever activity you're creating, because it's easy to create something to which there is not a good response. So it's important to test that out. And then model the activity for students orally using familiar content. Doing it orally and using familiar content, both of those things are going to modulate cognitive load and create space and working memory for students to take in the new activity. Then guide students to practice the activity orally and collectively before having them write independently. Again, that'll help get this information into long-term memory. And then once they've got the idea of an appositive or whatever it is, then it's time to embed the activity in content you're teaching so that students can use the activity to build their knowledge of that content. And obviously, you need to make sure students have the content knowledge they need to do that. And it's also possible to differentiate the activity for different ability levels, which of course you're likely to have in a classroom, but it's important to use the same content so that all students are getting access to the same knowledge. And then once you've covered an activity like how to construct an appositive, that's not the end of it. It's important to bring that back so that students don't forget it. And also because when it's embedded in different content, that same activity will be building different knowledge. So let's see what it might look like to introduce. Let's start with the concept of a complete sentence. How would you introduce that to learners who maybe who have pretty low level at this point literacy skills? You might say, ate a great meal. And then, you don't have to say necessarily, is there a subject in this sentence? That might be introducing a level of complexity you don't need at this point. But you could say, does that tell us who ate a great meal? Students might say, well, no. And then you might say, Ted and Lisa. Does that tell us what they did? And then how can we make all of these words into a complete sentence? And that's laying the groundwork for getting the idea of a complete sentence across. And then once students have that idea, they've practiced it on familiar content, then you could embed it in whatever content you might be teaching. Let's say, for example, a unit on knowing the law. So now you might say, is a crime. And if students have learned something about knowing the law, they could supply the subject for that. Kidnapping is a crime. And you might say, depending on how advanced your students are, yes, that fragment was missing a subject. So now they're practicing this orally, but embedded in content that they're learning. Then it's time to move on to doing the activity in writing. And now what you'll do is give students a series of phrases, unpunctuated, and they need to determine which of those phrases are complete sentences and which are fragments. So here are some possible phrases that you could give students. And now they're going to put an F next to a fragment and an S next to a complete sentence. And then here's where the knowledge building is. Well, first, they're going to then appropriately capitalize and punctuate the complete sentences. And that's important too. So we're learning about capitalization, punctuation, which not all people pick up just from reading. Then this is where the knowledge building comes in. Even to this very basic level activity, students will complete those fragments, turn those fragments into complete sentences using information that they're going to pull from long-term memory. So littering is an example of a misdemeanor. Making a late payment is not a misdemeanor. Not paying a fine is an infraction, etc. So that is how we can help students learn how to distinguish fragments from complete sentences. And then, of course, there's run-on sentences, a common problem. And that is a little harder to get at, but there are different ways to get at it. First of all, just having students distinguish between run-on and non-run-on sentences and practice that repeatedly. So you can do this by putting a run-on sentence on the board, maybe drawn from students' own writing, and preferably embedded in a topic that students already know, familiar content again. And then you can have a student read the sentence aloud without pausing and say, what's wrong with that? Does that sound funny? You know, and eventually you can skip that read aloud step. And then generally if students, and of course then if students say, yes, that sounds like it goes on too long, then engage collectively in turning it into the sentence into 2 or perhaps more complete sentences. Generally, if students use and a lot in their writing, you can ask, are there 2 separate ideas here that each of them should have its own sentence? And then you can also embed run-on sentences in text that you give to students and have them underline and correct those run-on sentences. So that's the concept of a sentence. Let's move on to how can you help students learn to use conjunctions while building their knowledge at the same time. So this is going to be an activity that is called because, but, and so. And you can use these activities. This is not a separate curriculum with its own topics. So you can, the idea is to adapt this method to whatever content you're teaching. So let's just say you're teaching this book, Hidden Figures, the true story of 4 Black women and the space race. You can give students a sentence stem that they need to complete with each of these 3 conjunctions. So in 3 different ways. So for example, Dorothy Vaughan was a computer at NASA because, but, and so. Now, simple as this is, it's quite powerful. Each of these sentence stems is asking students to retrieve a different kind of information that they may have slightly forgotten and put it into their own words. And but is going to be asking for more difficult, it's going to be a more difficult activity than because it's asking for contrasting information. So is asking for a cause and effect relationship, but it's a different one from because. And there are different ways, of course, that students can complete these sentence stems. And by the way, this is an excellent kind of comprehension check because you can quickly tell whether students have understood what you think they've understood through these kinds of activities. But here are some possible correct responses. Dorothy Vaughan was a computer at NASA because she was very good at math, but she was not allowed to use the whites only bathrooms there. So she worked on experiments to make planes safer. And this can be embedded in any subject matter, across the curriculum. I mean, social studies or history, geography, science, math, for example. So if you're teaching about decimals and fractions, you can use that same activity, because, but, and so. For these kinds of sentence stems, fractions are like decimals because they are all parts of wholes, but they are written differently, so they can be used interchangeably. And someone teaching math, excuse me, someone teaching math might think, well, I'm not a writing teacher. I don't want to take time away from teaching math to teach writing. But what they find is this isn't taking time away from teaching math. This is actually facilitating teaching math or any subject, because it's deepening students' understanding and boosting their retention of information. Science is also, an excellent place to embed these kinds of activities. So obviously, this is sentence expansion, and that consists of giving students a very bare bones sentence, a kernel sentence, that they have to expand using these question words: what, where, and why. And obviously, students need to know what the context is here. They need to have the information to answer these questions and to know what this kernel sentence is referring to. So the what here, lipids, let's say, where, around cells, why, nonpolar, and then students combine all these things to create a more complex sentence with conveying more information and cementing their knowledge in the process. And some people may think sentence level work is just for kids, it's an elementary school activity, but in fact, it's not. It can be very challenging. The rigor depends on the content. So I'm going to give you a sentence stem for you to try, and it's going to be about this man, Immanuel Kant, an 18th century philosopher. Here goes. Immanuel Kant believed that space and time are subjective forms of human sensibility. But now I can't complete that sentence stem. You need to know a lot about philosophy in order to do that. So it's really not just for kids at all. And as I mentioned, the method doesn't stop at sentences. It goes through outlines, which are also crucial in modulating cognitive load when we're dealing with lengthier writing. It's a way to transfer some of that cognitive load to a piece of paper or a screen. You don't have to juggle, oh my goodness, what was I going to say next? Or did I already say that? You have a roadmap, ideally a linear roadmap of what you want to say, where you want to go. And then paragraphs all the way through argumentative essays and compositions. But the sentence level work lays the foundation for independent writing at length. So I can show you a bit how that works. This is a single paragraph outline that can be used to create a paragraph. But students are not just given this blank outline and asked to complete it. They first are taught explicitly how to do each of these things. So this first sentence at the top, TS, stands for topic sentence. And this topic sentence has an appositive, Martin Luther King Jr., a civil rights leader. So students will have been taught how to use what an appositive is, how to create an appositive, and that using an appositive is a good way, one of several good ways to construct a topic sentence. Then they will have been taught explicitly how to come up with details that relate to a topic sentence and how to use notes, abbreviations, and symbols to put those detailed sentences into note form. And at the bottom, this CS, that's the concluding sentence. Although Martin Luther King never saw segregation end, that's a subordinating conjunction. Again, they will have been taught explicitly how to use that construction, and they will have been told that's often a good way to construct a concluding sentence. And once they have all of this down on paper, it's a fairly simple matter to transfer it to a completed paragraph. You transfer the topic sentence, transfer the concluding sentence, and then you use your sentence level skills that you have stored in long-term memory to turn those notes into your detail sentences. And one of those census level skills is using transition words and phrases to connect the thoughts in your paragraph. So these kinds of phrases, in addition, as a result, furthermore, these are words and phrases that we don't tend to use in conversation. They're peculiar really to written language. And students will have been explicitly taught how to use those through using activities like this one. So this is embedded in completely different content. This happens to be embedded in content about the American colonies. And students are given a sentence like, the colonists were angry that they had to follow English laws and pay taxes to England. Therefore, and then they have to come up with the rest of that second sentence. So they're learning how to use those transitional words and phrases, but they are also learning about the American colonies at the same time, building their knowledge of that topic. And I mentioned that these activities can be adapted to various levels of ability within the same classroom. So this is just an example of a single paragraph outline. You can give students the topic sentence. Other students perhaps are ready to just create the topic sentence on their own. So you don't need to give them that. And then for the detail sentences, or rather the detail notes, some students are going to be ready to just come up with those on their own. Others may need more scaffolding, more guidance. So for those students, you can provide prompts on the side: babies, food, predators, danger. So that's just one way to adapt these activities to different ability levels. And to implement all this effectively, there's a sort of trick to remember this that I came up with myself. It's not in the book, that I call the 3 I's. So the first one would be introduce new writing strategies orally, collaboratively, and in a familiar context. Remember, that's going to modulate cognitive load and give students the capacity to learn the strategy in the first place before you embed it in the content you're teaching. The second, integrate writing activities with instruction in various ways. Do nows, pausing for discussion, quick comprehension checks, exit tickets. So not a separate writing class or a separate writing block, but really weaving these activities into teaching whatever content you're teaching. And then lastly, interleave. That's again a cognitive science term. It just means bring back different strategies that have been covered. So if you may have taught subordinating conjunctions in one context, bring it back in a new context, use it to build new knowledge and to remind students to refresh their memories of that strategy. So to sum up, and I will have some time for questions if anyone has them, but just to sum up, to ensure that writing is building knowledge, students should write as much as possible about the content of the core curriculum. Secondly, grammar and conventions often do need to be taught and are best taught in the context of students' own writing. To unleash the power of writing, we need to modulate the cognitive load that it imposes. And that's often by starting at the sentence level. Effective writing instruction can boost students' confidence and really change their concept of who they are and what they can accomplish. And the faculty at the Writing Revolution, and I too have seen this repeatedly, that giving students these tools, enabling them to express themselves coherently in writing, can really change their concept of who they are. So it's a hugely powerful thing to do. And if you have questions that you don't get a chance to ask today, you can always contact me through my website, nataliewexler.com. Or if you have questions specifically about the Writing Revolution method, you can contact the Writing Revolution through their website. So thank you very much. And I'm happy to take questions if there are any now.
Natalie, Susan Damon, she in the chat, she's put up, what is an exit ticket?
Oh, yeah, that's something that a lot of American teachers, at least in the K through 12 context, and I should mention that this method was really developed in the K through 12 context, and the book is geared towards that, but it can certainly be adapted to adult learners. An exit ticket is what teachers will often do at the end of a lesson, at the end of class time. It's something that kind of is a review of what students have learned during the class. They may need to write a short answer to a question or prompt. So, and one of these writing activities, you know, because, but, and so, something like that, could easily be used at the end of a class to review and cement the content that students have learned during that class time.
Any other questions for Natalie? I thought that was wonderful, Natalie. I have lots of tips to take back to the classroom.
Great, thank you. And I will be, there will be a question and answer session this afternoon. If questions do occur to people, from 2 to 3, we'll be taking questions, a number of the presenters. So thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Actually, Natalie, something did come up in the chat.
Okay.
And it is, just one moment. It's resources. Are they free with the Writing Revolution?
Yes, well, there is a resource library. Some of the resources are available just if you go to the website and register, you'll see some sample activity sheets embedded in content that is often being taught, at least in American classrooms. And then if you buy the book, there's a link in the book that gives you access to more resources on the Writing Revolution website. And I would, if you are seriously interested in this method, I do recommend the online courses that the Writing Revolution gives. I'm about to sit in on, I sat in on one several years ago. It was excellent, but I'm told they're even better now. And starting, I think next week, I'm going to be sitting in on another round. So.
Thank you, Natalie.
All right.
And just for everybody to know, we will have all these resources in terms of what the presentation that Natalie just had available on our website.
Okay, thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you, Natalie. Okay, that was great. We're going to go now right on time, basically, or just a little bit before our time. And we're going to have our second workshop, and it is Stephanie. And Stephanie Summers earned her M.Ed from the University of MN and entered the field of APE in 1998. So for the past 17 years, Stephanie has been a teacher with Minneapolis Adult Education, part of the Minneapolis Public Schools. She is a current writing curriculum lead and adult diploma coordinator. She is also a professional development consultant for Atlas, specializing in transition skills and standards-based instruction, and a coach for the National Teaching the Skills That Matter project. So welcome, Stephanie.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are a minute early, so a couple minutes early. I'm getting myself ready to go here. Let me share my screen. It says I cannot share while other participant is sharing. Okay. So, all right. And I hope that we're all able to see this. Let me just, there we go.
You can see it? Perfect.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. I feel really honored to be a part of this wonderful professional development. And I know I took so many notes listening to Natalie's keynote address. There was so much interesting information. And I feel like she really explained to us the research behind why we need our students to be writing, and all of the cognitive benefits and how writing helps us to learn better and to retain information. And what I'm hoping to talk about in our hour today are some strategies for improving the writing quality with your students. And I am hoping that we will be able to participate a little bit during this. People could share some ideas using the chat. I would love for that to happen. And we can sort of collaborate as we move forward. All right, so I've already been introduced, but my name is Stephanie Summers. The MN in my bio is because I live in Minnesota. I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I work for Minneapolis Public Schools. So I've just got a few things I'd like to talk about today. We're going to talk about 4 techniques for improving writing quality. We're going to maybe identify some basic writing routines and practices that you can use in your classrooms to help with the writing quality of your students. And then hopefully we'll reflect on some ways to implement these techniques in different classroom settings, how you can make them work in your classroom, which undoubtedly is going to be a little different from my classroom, right? So to get started, I was hoping that people could use the chat, and you can answer both of these questions, or if you'd prefer to just answer one of these questions, that's up to you. I was interested in knowing, what are your thoughts about the characteristics of high quality student writing? And what are the top 1 or 2 challenges that prevent your students from producing quality writing? And you know what, it looks like I was paused. I'm hoping everyone is seeing.
We don't
can
see
just
the
see the-
questions, Stephanie.
You just see the questions. Okay, great. For
We
some
don't,
reason,
no, we don't. We
Oh.
cannot see them.
I keep pushing resume share and nothing happens. It says your screen sharing is paused. I'm not sure.
No, we can see the first slide, and that's it.
Yes, so on my screen, it says it's paused, and I might have to do what Natalie did and stop sharing and try again, because it's unclear to me why that was happening. So let me try again. Okay, ladies, it just says I'm paused and I don't know.
No, so we can see Stephanie has started screen sharing.
Okay. And
Maybe it's an internet issue. Do you want me to share your slides?
you can if you, well, so you don't, okay. I apologize. I've never had this happen before when I've been attempting to present. So, sure. If you want to share the slides, that would be fine.
Can you stop sharing then? I could.
Sure. Okay, yep, so I did change, okay, I made some changes, but we'll just do our best.
Perfect. Now we see it.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next slide, please. And now I think you'll be able to see these questions. And if folks would like to share their ideas in the chat, that would be great. So some characteristics of high quality student writing, or the top 1 or 2 challenges that prevent your students from producing quality writing. If you wanted to share an answer to 1 or 2 of those questions, that would be great. So Jill says high quality writing is clear, concise, and aware of audience. Yeah, all wonderful Laura says student writing should be easy to understand and also show understanding of their topic without verbal explanation. Yes, I should be able to read it and it should be clear without questioning. Organize complete thoughts and sentences. English translation vocabulary. Motivation, want to accomplish it quick. I think that might be a challenge. High quality writing has proper grammar and clear thoughts. Some challenges, learners can speak well, but lose their thoughts when they begin to write. Yes, I've certainly had that. Many students tell me that they don't want to write like they speak. They want it to come out sounding, I think, more formal and more polished. Lack of basic grammar skills, another challenge. We've got a top challenge is they don't think they are a good writer because of past experiences. Absolutely. Writing is one of those things students hold very personally, I think, when they've received negative feedback, because so often what we write is personal and it's hard to separate, I think, our writing skills from the content. Let's see, a couple other challenges that students copy info from Google or other sites. Students lack the confidence to explain. Marisa says spelling is a challenge and she thinks autocorrect is hurting spelling. Learners who don't have familiarity with the content, right? So maybe we give a prompt and learners don't have a base of knowledge to work from. Overly technical instructions on how to write. So that can be daunting or overwhelming. They have the misconception that writing flows from head to paper for good writers. Yes. Fear of making errors. Yes. When I write something down, everyone can see my ideas in a way that they can't when I'm just speaking, and that feels more challenging, I think. We don't know where to start. Learners simplify their vocabulary, and then they don't like the sound of their writing. Yes, they want their writing to seem elevated, and it's not. Gosh, lots of great ideas. One, we've got habitual use of short forms. Yes, so sort of that idea that we write like we text and maybe not differentiating between more formal and less formal types of writing. And students feel embarrassed that their language is inferior to native language users. Yes, so you want your language to sound native-like. And I think one of the things I've heard that really sticks with me is we tend to be very accepting of an accent when people speak. And yet there is sort of this idea that when folks write, that accent will be gone. And we know that's not really realistic. People are going to have an accent in their writing. All right, thank you for all of these great ideas. And I love this participation. I'm so happy that we've got everyone using the chat and that continues. So we are going to go to the next slide, please. So the first strategy we're going to talk about is mentor texts. And I know Natalie mentioned mentor texts as sort of a time-tested strategy. And I want to mention what I think what she said is very correct. We cannot just give students a text and expect them to take something meaningful away from it without explicit instruction. So when we use mentor text effectively, what we are doing is drawing attention to the language and the syntax and the structure that we want the students to notice and then to apply in their own writing. So let's go to the next slide. So a mentor text, just so we all have a common understanding, which is also known as an anchor or model text, is any text that can serve as an example of good writing for writers. Mentor texts provide examples of writing moves students can emulate to become stronger writers when teachers explicitly, and this is the key, explicitly show them what to notice. Okay, so again, we're not just going to give someone a text and say, read this, and then I want you to reproduce it, right? That is not a best practice. We are going to explicitly point out the features of the writing that make it a strong example of something, and then coach our students to be able to reproduce those moves. So a writing move might be using certain transition words. It might be using a particular sentence structure. It might be making sure that your piece of writing includes enough examples. It's anything that you want your students to be incorporating into their own writing, okay? And mentor texts can be almost anything. They could be poems, a short story, a newspaper article, song lyrics, if we were doing creative writing, comic strips, pamphlets, essays, emails. So any type of writing could be a mentor text, depending on what it is we want our students to produce. Okay, so we'll go, okay. So this example comes from a resource called Reading Skills for Today's Adults. And this is a resource that I am incredibly fond of. It was actually developed here in Minnesota, and now I do believe it's used in many different classrooms across the United States. This is sort of a unique resource because they are leveled texts that were developed specifically for use with adults. And they focus on situations and topics that are relevant to our adult students' lives. So they come in a wide variety of reading levels, and they are CCRS aligned. CCRS, the College and Career Readiness Standards, which many adult ed programs in the US tend to use. I see Susan says she uses it in her program, and that there is, yes, there is a companion website for healthcare. And it's great to hear you're using those, Susan. I was actually one of the writers who contributed to the healthcare stories in particular, and those are great. They're all free, and they have, there was an effort to add even more materials, some vocabulary, there's a listening component. So I'm glad people are saying that they know it. Okay, so this particular text is called Joe's Workday. It's a fairly low level text. And this could be an example of a mentor text that could be used to model chronological order in a text. So if I were using this with my students and I wanted them to be paying attention to the chronological organization here, then I might have students, for example, highlight all of the time cues, right? So maybe they would highlight the time that Joe gets up, the time he leaves for work, the time his job starts. Another thing to notice might be how this particular story about Joe moves from a beginning sort of through his day. So it also kind of could be an example of how in a narrative text, a story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. So Joe gets up, it talks about how he gets ready to go to work. Then the middle paragraph discusses what he does at his job at the pet store. And then at the end, it's sort of summed up when we learn that Joe does a good job at work. And so that results in him earning a raise. So this to me makes a good model text because the language is very accessible and it's on a topic our students are going to have familiarity with, going to work and moving through the sequence of one's day, right? So if I were going to use this with my students, if we can go to the next slide, I might begin by giving them some sentence frames for chronological order and maybe some transition or time cues. So maybe we would begin by using these frames to talk about Joe's day, right? So first, Joe wakes up, right, at 6 a.m. Then he makes breakfast for his children. Next, Joe's children go to school while he goes to work. Finally, Joe arrives at his job at the pet store, for example. So we might start by using these sentence starters. We could add more information to make them a complete frame to talk about Joe. And then I might ask my students to write 4 sentences about their own days. So what's something you do first in the morning? What are 2 more things we could add for then and next? And then what is a finally? What's maybe the last thing you do in the morning? Is it, do you go to school? Do you go to work? So I might ask my students to write these 4 sentences. And if my students were able to do that, then I think a next step might be that we would co-construct a paragraph. Once I have these 4 sentences, I would really just need to add a topic sentence and a conclusion in order to have a short paragraph that's organized chronologically. So I might have my students work together to come up with a topic sentence based on what they think is the main idea, and then write a conclusion that is sort of a restatement of that topic sentence. And then we would be able to reproduce a short paragraph that talked about our day based on that mentor text about Joe. Okay, let's go. Here's a slightly more complex text. This one is still from a fairly low level, again, from reading skills for today's adults. And this one is about Madge. Madge is stressed out, okay? So it tells us here, Madge is a single mom. She has 3 children. She parents them by herself. Plus, Madge works full time. She is busy, right? So then we learn about how Madge is tired. She's getting headaches. She has a lot of work to do at home after she works at her job. She talks to a friend about how she is stressed out. She asks her friend for advice, and her friend tells her maybe she should try to get some exercise, maybe eat a little bit better, because Madge is trying to feel less stressed out, okay? So for this text, I think this is one way I might use this. I might use it because it does a good job of answering the question, why is Madge stressed out? In other words, it provides good evidence to support a claim. So if I were working with my students on providing reasons or evidence to support an idea, I might start with something like this, and I would ask my students, why is Madge stressed out, right? And it tells me it's because she's a single mom and she has these 3 kids and she works full time. Then I could also use this as a simple model for a problem solution paragraph, right? Madge's problem, which my students could help me identify, is that she's stressed out. Well, what could some solutions be? There are some that are mentioned in the text where her friend's telling her she could walk, she could watch workout videos to exercise, she could eat less junk food. Maybe your students could have some other ideas, and you could use those things to create a simple problem solution paragraph modeled roughly after this mentor text. If we go to the next slide, these are some simple sentence frames that might be used for stating a claim, right? So most simply, the author states that Madge is stressed out, right? According to the text or article or passage, Madge works a lot and raises her children on her own, right? So even at a fairly low level, if we have spent some time talking about the mentor text, students can begin to use some of this more academic language to state a claim. And I think these are important skills to be developing, because we don't want to wait until our students are more advanced to get them thinking about these more academic moves when it comes to writing. Okay. So we're going to look at one more example here. This is a little bit more of an advanced ELL example, but I wanted to include it because it uses a fairly well-known speech, at least here in the United States. It's called "Ain't I a Woman?" and it was delivered by Sojourner Truth, who was a former slave who became an abolitionist and then also a speaker on women's rights when women were trying to get the vote here in the United States. And she talks here about how she has worked in her life very hard, and people have said to her, she has worked just as hard as any man, and yet she is still a woman. And so after reading and listening to and talking about this speech, my students were asked, how might you answer back to the people who have made assumptions about you? Think about it in terms of ain't I? So if we go to the next, we can see there are a couple of examples here. The one on the left was written by a student who talked about how she is a woman and women need to look at themselves as more than just cleaning ladies, cooks, baby makers, and wives. Women can get good jobs like men can. Women can become the president, she says. And then she goes on to describe a memory of when she was shoveling a sidewalk, and it was a competition between her and her brother. And she ended up beating her brother. He couldn't believe it. A girl beat me. And I said, yes, a girl beat you. So now I always say I can do it no matter what someone tells me. You can do it too. On the other side, there was a student who went a little bit more involved, and she embraced the idea of using the frame ain't I, and she talked about being determined. This student had failed her GED test, which is our high school equivalency test here in the US, several times. And so she talked about how even though she had fallen short, she was determined to earn her credential. So these are, again, higher level examples, but I think the point is if students are given some models to work from, they can really produce some interesting and complex writing that might go beyond if I were to just say to them, I'd like you to write a poem about adversity, for example. So we're going to go to the next slide. And I would like you to let me know in the chat, have any of you used any mentor texts? What your experience have been using them? If you haven't used a mentor text in the past, might you think about using one after today's session? Can you think of a source for your mentor text, maybe a website or a textbook? And think about that, and we'll put it in the chat. We're going to do this just for a minute or two, see if we have any. I'm sure there's some great ideas out there. Remember, anything can be a mentor text as long as we are drawing our students' attention explicitly to what it is we want them to take away from that text. Okay. So I think in the interest of time, we'll give it another minute or so. I know sometimes it takes a minute to come up with an idea. See if anyone has a thought about mentor text. Okay, few people. We like to use articles printed in our daily local newspaper. As we read, we look for and discuss how the journalist has presented the information. That's great, especially for that sort of objective type of writing, informational texts. Yes, another, Jill says she uses her students' work, which is a wonderful way of using mentor text. I do that a lot as well. Someone says they use mentor text for journal writing. Yes, using the writing of fellow students. That's wonderful. Interview tips. Okay, so maybe having students answer the prompt, can you tell me about yourself? Yes, and there are the GED sample essays and the scoring rubrics we can use to show students what is expected for a good score on that test. Okay. Ooh, and I love this. I have used the short first chapter of a mystery novel. Yes. To identify characters and predict theme or plot. Yes, I love that. Wonderful. Okay, let's go on. We're going to talk about our second strategy here, which is providing feedback. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you so much. Last year here in Minnesota, we piloted a writing study circle for our ABE practitioners. We really wanted people to have some space and time that they were dedicating to thinking and talking about writing. And part of that study circle used this resource, these 6 things by an author named Dave Stewart, who is a teacher and a practitioner. And a lot of the work in our study circle was guided by a pyramid that he shows us. And we can go to the next slide. This is what he calls the pyramid of writing instruction. And he talks about most of the writing that our students do is what he calls provisional writing. And we should be doing this on a daily basis. This is writing that the students use to maybe activate background knowledge, make connections between ideas. It could be note-taking. It is writing for the students. The intention is not for it to be shared or evaluated. This could also be, quick write activities, warm-ups, exit tickets. Like Natalie mentioned, exit tickets is something we talk about a lot here. Brief reflections on what did you learn today or what needs more explanation. But students, as we know, okay, I believe the remembrance is going to be happening a little bit later, Nancy. That's my understanding. So yes, this provisional writing should be happening as often as possible. And it's the idea that writing is something that we need to build up like a muscle. Just like an athlete or a runner needs to run every day to build that endurance, provisional writing helps our students to build up self-efficacy and sort of the muscle that they need to produce larger amounts of writing. The next type of writing is readable writing. This is writing that is organized and produced to be read by an audience, but it's not going through a draft revision process. And Stewart talks about doing this on a weekly basis. This could be something like a short answer to a quiz question, for example, using things like those sentence frames to have students construct sentences that are going to allow them to share their knowledge about a topic. So it could be brought in with retrieval practice. So it is written for an audience, but it's not necessarily given the time to be edited and corrected. And then polished writing is the type of writing that goes through a full revision process. Depending on your students and your class, this is not necessarily writing that is done very regularly. It could be monthly or even less frequently, once a term maybe. So this is at the top of the pyramid because it would take the most amount of time and put the most sort of strain on our learners. So let's go to the next slide. So again, looking at the pyramid, students in all classes can be doing provisional writing. It helps to build up that stamina, and it helps students to think of themselves as writers. So it's building confidence. Okay. For the readable writing, a great way to look at this is it can be an opportunity for students to be applying and demonstrating some of those grammar and syntax skills that they are learning in their classes. Okay. And then again, the polished writing, this might not even be appropriate for all classes, but this would be writing where students are going through a revision process, making multiple drafts, and then sharing their writing through publishing it and letting others read it. Okay. So one of the reasons a lot of teachers, in my experience, do not want to assign a lot of writing work is because of the feedback. They do not want to provide feedback. It is time consuming. And I want you to know that there is great value in students writing, even if the teacher does not read it. Again, it gives students an opportunity to build up their writing muscles. It allows students to reflect on what they have learned and what they might still have questions about. And it can activate background knowledge and help students make connections to other topic areas. One of my colleagues often uses this quote: if you are reading all of the writing your students are producing, you are not assigning or giving enough opportunities for them to produce. In other words, we don't need to be reading it all, but they do need to be engaging in the process. So we're going to continue. Some things about providing feedback. When you provide feedback to your students, my advice is do not try to correct or address every mistake. This can be overwhelming for both the teacher and the student. Nobody wants to get back a paper that's been completely covered in red ink. I've had many students tell me, I want you to correct all of my mistakes, but it is a lot more useful if you are clear with students about what types of mistakes you will be looking for, so that you are specific and sort of chunking the feedback you give to align with the type of where your students are at with their writing. So if they're at the sentence level, and what you need to be looking for is that every sentence is complete with a subject, verb, and complete idea, then that's where you should be targeting your feedback. Okay. If your students are producing simple paragraphs, we can go back to having those topic sentences, right? Maybe we can go back a moment. Okay, so we want to be very targeted with the type of feedback that we are giving. We want to tell our students and be transparent about what we're looking for. And we want to align the mistakes that we correct to the types of grammar points that we are explicitly teaching and practicing. Okay, so one method for doing this, now we can go forward, is to teach students a mnemonic device to help them remember the types of mistakes they might look for when they are editing their work. So one of these is CUPS, C-U-P-S. I have also seen COPS, where instead of a U, there's an O for organization. I have also seen STOPS. So there are different variations on this. But the idea is that it gives students something very tangible that they can hold on to when they are editing their work. And I believe it helps it to feel less overwhelming when they are looking for mistakes, if they can focus on specific things. So for example, with CUPS, the C stands for capital letters, the U is usage and grammar, P is punctuation, and S is spelling. In my experience with learners, sometimes they don't know exactly what to look for, so they go by how something sounds to them or how closely what they are reading aligns with how they themselves would write. Very often I've had students say to me, I thought it was wrong because it didn't sound right to me, or I thought it was wrong because that's not how I would say this. And that is not as useful as having these specific things that we can focus on when we are editing, like the CUPS framework. So one way to practice this, if we go to the next slide, is to do some editing practice on a regular basis. Now, this particular example comes from a website called Everyday Edits. Everyday Edits has these short paragraphs. They have them divided by months. And so many of them are related to things happening in history during that month, people who were born, events that happened. And every time there are 10 errors, every time the errors are related to capital letters, usage and grammar, punctuation, and spelling, so CUPS. Using the paragraphs that are already provided is a time saver, but obviously we can also create our own short paragraphs or even use ones our students have created. I have my students go through line by line looking for mistakes, but they don't just identify the mistake. They also have to talk about how they would fix it and what type of error it is. I do this as a warm-up on a very regular basis. And my thought here is that it will help to push this CUPS into the long-term memory so that then when students are reading their own writing, they know to look for these same errors, and it gives them a framework for finding their own mistakes. So again, this is called Everyday Edits. Okay, if we go to the next slide, we're going to talk about 3 ways you can provide feedback and hopefully save yourself a little time. So one strategy is to ask your students to select 1 or 2 sentences out of a piece of writing for you to review. So this could be 1 sentence of which they are proud and 1 sentence about which they have questions. It could also be that students could be asked to identify 1 or 2 sentences that they feel really demonstrate their understanding of a particular writing or grammar point that they have been learning. But as Natalie mentioned, good writing does really start at the sentence level. So I don't necessarily need to read a long piece of writing to understand, be able to assess whether or not my students are struggling. I should really be able to read a few sentences and get at where my students need some more targeted instruction. So asking your students to pick out just a couple sentences for you to review is one way to provide feedback. Let me go to the next slide. So to bring in a little bit of technology, this was an idea that has been really a big game changer for me in my writing classes. Oftentimes our students use Google Docs to produce their writing and then they'll share it with me. And so when I provide feedback, I'm adding comments. So you can see here where I've highlighted the sentence, the first advantage for classes online will be the place for your classes. You can be at your house, a coffee shop, or even out of the country. So this, of course, is a run-on sentence. It's a comma splice. I've explained this in my class multiple times. So my feedback is this is a run-on sentence. It is more than one idea. It has more than one subject and verb pair. But then I'm going beyond that and I am linking to a resource that the student might find helpful in order to better understand this mistake. So here I've linked to a Khan Academy video that talks about run-on sentences. And my hope is that by watching this video, the student might be able to fix the mistake without further instruction or comment from me. So linking to resources is a great way to leverage some technology to help improve your students' writing. And we can go to the next slide. Our third way to provide feedback and maybe save some time is to identify for the students one section of the text that you have reviewed, such as a single paragraph. At the end of each line of text, put one check mark for each error the student made. Students are responsible for identifying the errors and correcting them. You can scaffold this by letting the students know what types of errors you are looking for. So again, if I limit what it is that the students are looking for when they're trying to find errors, then it makes it less overwhelming for them. But using this checkmark system also puts some of the responsibility on them for actually being able to identify and correct the error. If I, as the teacher, always explicitly underline and then explain what the mistake is and how to fix it, students are less likely to internalize that than if they have to do some of the heavy lifting themselves. Another way some teachers choose to scaffold this is by maybe doing some color coding. So a green check mark, for example, might mean subject-verb agreement. A pink check mark might mean there was a capitalization error, and maybe a yellow check mark means punctuation. So you can also give your students some clues based on something like color, but we do want them at some point to be taking on more of that responsibility for finding and correcting mistakes in writing so that we're transferring that skill. Okay, so if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to ask people, do you have any particular strategies you use for providing feedback? And if so, would you share them in the chat? If you don't give a lot of feedback, how might you? Is there a strategy that we just looked at that you might think about using after today's session? And there is a comment that came in. Okay, so yes, Audrey says that she sometimes, this is about mentor text, she sometimes uses a topic such as perseverance and ask students to think of a mentor. Yes, we can also ask students to identify their own mentor text because maybe they've read something that really resonated with them and they would like the opportunity to dig into that and try to use it as a model for their own writing. That's a great way to make it more student focused. Yes. And I think related to feedback, I think learners may find a check mark indicating an error confusing since it usually means correct. Okay, it would definitely take some instruction. Yep. I circled the number of that question for the same purpose to indicate their answer is wrong. Okay. Yeah, if you were doing like short answer questions, yes, this would be more for like my example was more about like paragraph writing, but I understand how if you checked the answer to what was like a short answer question, that would absolutely be confusing. I sometimes ask students to correct each other. Yes, so doing some peer editing, I think is a wonderful idea. And again, I think helping students, giving them tools makes that more successful. Something like a checklist or some things that they are looking for. Okay, so let's see. I love the colored check mark idea. Great. If learners have written on paper, I have them type their writing. Yes, so helping students to learn about those tools is definitely useful. And sure, if you want to use a different symbol like a question mark, that's a great way to make this work for your class. Show an example of what a correct sentence would look like, explain the error, ask them to go through the other sentences. Yes, I do know some teachers use this approach where they say, I corrected this mistake one time, and now you need to find the other maybe 3 instances where you made the same mistake. Another way of sort of transferring some of that responsibility. Great. Yeah, and then Susan says it might be helpful to have a cheat sheet of links to resources that you can easily add to comments. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I think that's something I'm going to try to build as I move forward using that technique. Thanks, Susan. That's great. Okay, let's move on to strategy 3, which has to do with using graphic organizers. So again, I think Natalie mentioned this, and research tells us there are strong connections between reading and writing. And so teaching students to use graphic organizers to both deconstruct a text that they have read and then use it as a planning tool for their own writing are very useful ways for people to grow in their writing skills. So the purpose of a graphic organizer is to show ideas and connections in a visual way. Graphic organizers can be used for writing in several ways: as a brainstorming tool during the pre-writing process, as a way to better understand a mentor text or any text by deconstructing it, and as an organizational tool for drafting. So here, this particular graphic organizer is a personal narrative organizer. And so students answer questions like, what is the topic? What is the setting or location, the time frame, the main event? I love the idea of teaching students to describe using sensory details. So that means when you imagine yourself in this place, or when you think back about this event, what are some of the things that you could hear, you could see, you could smell, you could taste, you could feel? I do a lot of work when we do describing as our writing style, with using sensory details. And it's a great way also to sort of build some more vocabulary for students who might not have a lot of variety for providing those interesting details in their writing. So then also thinking about the emotions and feelings, and then the takeaway or ending. So I could use this in 2 ways. I could have my students read a personal narrative and fill out these boxes, and then I would use it again as a first step for a student as they were planning their own narrative piece of writing. So this is one example, and we'll look at a couple more. In my classes, there is less of an emphasis on narrative writing as there is on more informational texts. And so some other great graphic organizers would be the one for cause and effect that you see on the left. I've heard people call this the spider graphic organizer, where you put your topic or problem in the middle, the causes to the left and the effects to the right. That graphic organizer comes from Read, Write, Think, which is a wonderful resource for finding all kinds of lessons related to both reading and writing, but they have a large collection of graphic organizers that are free to download and use. And then the graphic organizer on the right is my favorite graphic organizer of all time. This one is for writing a comparison. And so the first row is you put the 2 things you are comparing, right? So you might be comparing 2 cities, for example, Minneapolis and St. Paul. Then the column that is to the left, that's where you put your 3 points of comparison. So I might talk about population, job opportunities, and cultural spaces as my points of comparison. Okay, and then I fill in these boxes with information about each of my subjects. And the reason I love this graphic organizer so much is because it's easy to use. And if I go across by row, it really reinforces the structure of using a point-by-point organizational method. And if I go down the columns, then I am modeling for my students the block method. Okay, so again, when I use any of these graphic organizers, I start with an example piece of writing or a mentor text. I have my students break it down with me using the graphic organizer. And then we use that same organizer as a planning tool when we approach writing our own paragraph in this style of writing. And research tells us that's the most effective use for graphic organizers. Graphic organizers are wonderful tools for developing critical thinking skills, and also they help with the idea of visual literacy for our students who need that. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, and here's one more. So this is called a nonfiction pyramid. So as the idea here is this type of an organizer could be used when students are reading a text, maybe a complex text, and we are going to pull out from that text some words to fill in on this pyramid. So we've got one word describing one major idea, 2 words describing a supporting detail, 3 words describing another major idea, and so on. And then after the students fill this out, they could use their words to write something like a short summary, for example, or to write a few important takeaways from what they have read. Another thing I've talked about before with, as far as this organizer goes, is I think this is the kind of thing that a teacher could type up as a template and then edit some of the rows of the pyramid, depending on what type of learners you have and what you are reading. So possibly instead of 5 words describing the author's purpose, we might say 5 question words from the text. We could do something like transition words, for example, joining words. So we could change this as well, depending on what we are working on. But it's just a way for students to have some structure for pulling out ideas. And then we could use this as a scaffold for some student writing about a text. So again, we'll pause for just a moment. If we go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope. I think I knew at this point, we'll go forward. I think I knew at this point we might be getting close on time. So I didn't put anything in about adding something in the chat. However, if you'd like to add in the chat any ideas for using graphic organizers, any ways you've used them in your own class, that would be great. We can certainly do that, but we will continue. We have 10 minutes left and we're going to talk about rubrics and checklists. Okay, so the 4th strategy here is about rubrics and checklists, and we'll move forward. And I do see a few things in the chat. Yeah, Susan, I would say read, write, think is a really good one. If you have slightly higher level students, the New York Times Learning Network has some good graphic organizers for informational texts. And then, I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar with Canada, but someone else mentioned the GED. So if anyone does GED preparation, actually the GED website does have some good, I've gotten some good graphic organizers from them as well that are specific to argument writing and pulling out claims and evidence. So I would say read, write, think, New York Times Learning Network, and then possibly GED.org, depending on your level of students. And it is my understanding that there will be some material shared, and I will share a resource list for folks so that you're able to find some of these things more easily. Michelle says she uses a hamburger graphic organizer. Yes, for the 5-part paragraph. Yes, I've done that as well, where the top bun is the top bun's the introduction. Then we've got like meat, lettuce, cheese for the 3 body paragraphs, and the bottom bun is the conclusion. I like that one as well. Okay, great ideas, great ideas. Another one, Michelle, that I've used for paragraph or essay writing is 2 triangles. And the first triangle is inverted, and it shows the idea that the introduction paragraph starts out broad and then narrows down to the thesis statement, which is very specific. So we've got an inverted triangle where the point is facing down. And then the concluding paragraph is a right side up triangle that looks like a pyramid. And the idea there is that in a classic essay structure, your conclusion starts more narrow, where you are restating your main point, and you finish with a more broad or general statement. So I have used the 2 triangles that face each other also as a graphic for my writing classes. Okay, so our last strategy here is rubrics and checklists. So when I first became a writing teacher, the type of rubric that I always saw was this sort of classic rubric, the one on the left, where you had your different look-fors, the different things that you would be assessing in a column to the left. Then there are numbers, and you try to align these look-fors or these descriptions of what it means to earn a particular score in each of those areas. And personally, for myself, I've always found these rubrics a bit cumbersome and difficult to use. I don't know, something about my brain. I tended to always want to do like a 3.5, or, you know, I always felt like students were somewhere in the middle. And so these rubrics never worked very well for me. But they are a traditional type of, it is a very traditional type of rubric structure. And using a rubric like the one on the left is certainly one way of communicating to your students exactly what it is that you're looking for in their writing. So this is getting to creating more transparent assignments so that our students know what it is that we want from them when they are producing writing for us. The graphic on the right is a checklist that one of the participants in our writing study circle created. This was specifically for lower level students. She made this. And what I really like about this is it lists different grammar skills, but then it also gives an example, because sometimes our students don't know. You know, instead of saying, make sure you have articles in all the places you should, she says, you know, use the, one with all singular common nouns. And then she gives an example. A mouse runs from the cat. Mice live in holes. So I love that this checklist gives specific examples for the different skills that the teacher wants the students to be working on. So I think this is something we could create and use, and then possibly keep as a template and just change out some of those skills and examples as our students progress. We're going to go to the next slide. Now, this is the type of rubric that I use. And I can tell you, this is one of the things that's been sort of most revolutionary for me in my journey as a writing teacher. This is called a single point rubric. In a single point rubric, you only have 3 columns, and the column down the middle is where you explain your targets and the expectations for a task. So here I've got organization, content, language and grammar, and appearance. Okay. And so I create this rubric once, I keep it as a template on my computer, and then I create different rubrics that are targeted to different types of writing. Okay, so this particular rubric was designed for a comparison piece of writing. If you look at content, it says topic is appropriate for a comparison with two clear subjects. Main points are supported with explanations and examples. Thesis clearly states what the writer will discuss in the body paragraphs, right? If I were doing process writing, I would change this and I would say the body paragraphs list, 5 clear steps. The writer uses specific transition words to show, first, second, third, next, those kinds of things. So certain things stay the same in my rubric, like appearance doesn't change. Language and grammar might change a little bit. For example, again, with process writing, I might include student uses imperative structure correctly. So I change what makes sense to change for the type of writing the students are doing, but some things stay the same. And then the way I use this is I read the writing and I'm simply making notes. There's no numbers. I am explaining to the student what was below target and what was at or above target. And I'm just writing some information. I might pull out specific sentences or phrases. And I give this to the student to provide feedback on their writing. A couple of ways I have used this with my students. I have given it to students when they are preparing a final draft, and I've had them do a self-assessment first, and then I will go ahead and use it again for their final draft. We have also co-created the criteria that go down the middle column there. So after we have learned about a particular type of writing and what needs to be included, I can get feedback from my students about what they think should go in each of those categories. And then we are sort of deciding together what makes good writing and what we are accountable for in the writing we produce for an audience. So that's a way to make it a little more student focused. If you go to the next slide, this is a peer editing checklist. So someone brought up peer editing, which is fantastic. I would recommend using a checklist or rubric with my students when I did peer editing. In our program, we use the Great Writing Textbook Series, which is by Cengage, National Geographic. And these writing checklists are available with those materials. Okay, I think I don't have time to really talk about block versus point by point, but basically in a comparison, block structure means you discuss everything about your first topic first. So if I was comparing two cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul, if I did block, first I would talk about everything related to Minneapolis, then I would transition and talk about everything related to St. Paul, okay? Point by point. So this is how these two structures are how you organize your details. Point by point means you organize your paragraphs in an essay or your sentences in a paragraph according to your points of comparison. So I think I said for my two cities, I might talk about population, job opportunities, and cultural opportunities or cultural experiences. So then I would talk about, I would organize my details. If I was talking about population, I might talk about St. Paul first and then talk about Minneapolis. Then I would go to job opportunities and talk about my two topics in the same order. And so it's about how you organize your details. I know that was a quick answer. Okay, last, I think we'll go to the last slide here. So this is when I said that I had changed this, I knew we wouldn't have time to have you guys do this, but I was showing, and when you get the slides, you'll be able to see there's a student writing example, and you can think about how you might apply the single point rubric, okay? So you'll have that when we share these materials. So that is all, that is my time. I want to thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone being so participatory in the chat. That was really great. You have my email. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much. I really appreciated being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Great presentation. Lots of visuals, lots of takeaways with all the strategies and even the technical part. So we are going to take a break now for about 5 minutes. We'll come back at 11:35 and then we'll continue with the second part of our PD event. So thank you. See you in 5. On with our second part. And for our second part, we have Shelley. And Shelley Lepp, her bio reads as such. By day, Shelley serves as co-executive director of the Writers Collective of Canada and is a professor of communications at Seneca College. Shelley holds a master's degree in adult education and community development from Boise, University of Toronto. Her SSHRC-funded research focused on the practice and pedagogy of expressive writing as a non-clinical mental health intervention. She is a passionate writer, mental health advocate, and a community builder. By night and day, Shelley is a mom of 4 busy kids and can often be found driving 2 hockey rinks all over the Greater Toronto area, running the family dog at the beach, or hosting water balloon fights for dozens of neighborhood children. Busy Shelley. Everybody, please welcome Shelley.
Hi, everybody. It's lovely to be here. And thank you to the 2 previous presenters. I've been scribbling notes like crazy. So it's lovely to be here with all of you today. It's less of an honor to be the person between you and lunch. So I'm hoping to use our time in a beautiful, meaningful way, while also getting you to a break and to your food. If you don't, I know many of you probably are also like me, taking copious notes and have scraps of pen and paper around. If you don't, if you're able to grab a piece of paper and a pen, it's going to be kind of necessary for this workshop. I really want to engage you. We're actually going to be doing some writing together. So I'm going to throw up my slides while you're doing that. And hopefully you've got something nearby. You can also type. I'm just very old school in my desire to use a pen and paper to do writing. So I'm going to make sure I've got permission to share screen here. There we go. Oops. All right. So my presentation is called More Than Words, and it's talking about a lot of the benefits that come from writing, that come from storytelling, that come from sharing that writing or just cultivating it, the process of it, that go beyond sort of the academic and literacy and kind of more skills-based functions. So as my bio indicated, my background is a little different in terms of how I come at writing. And in my day job, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Writers Collective of Canada, but we're an organization that uses writing in community as a way of bringing people together. We use writing more as a process than for its product. So writing in community with people in perhaps a shelter or an addiction center, and using it as a tool to kind of cultivate story, cultivate voice, find connection with one another. So elements of that I'm going to unpack in this session. I also really want to engage you in doing some writing. It seems to me, it's one of my favorite things to do, and it seems to have workshops all day about writing and not do writing just seems like such a pity, given the opportunities. So this session is going to talk about a lot of different things. We're going to talk about narrative. We're going to talk about voice. We're going to talk about the process of writing. We're going to talk about some of the other things that others have already touched on. Natalie really touched on the benefits of oral communication and analytical skills and how those things develop through writing and how they kind of transfer across so many different types of learning and facets of life. Stephanie, feedback is going to be a big one that I love to talk about, the way writing can help flex muscles, whether it's for a purpose or whether it's just for the sake of writing, and all that practice and how it benefits people. Also how beneficial it can be in clarifying thought. All of these things are going to be topics we're going to unpack in this session, but of course we're also going to write. So as Georgina so beautifully offered an introduction, my background academically, I do have an MA in adult ed and community development, and my research really looks at the benefits of writing, that process, what comes from the process of writing more so than what comes from the product. I've already talked a little bit about my work with the Writers Collective and how we use writing to build community and connection with self and others. At Seneca, I do teach communications, so communicating across contexts. So I'm like you, also dealing with, students in a day-to-day situation, supporting them in becoming stronger communicators. And helping to improve their writing for whatever purpose it is they serve. Most of the students I'm working with are moving into fields such as police work or community nursing, perhaps palliative care, 911 emergency services, things like that. So a lot of them, we talk about a lot in class with my students about how critical their ability to communicate effectively is in many of their circumstances. It's actually a matter of life and death. So it's very important that they know how to write for the purposes that they need on the job. And that's something we kind of try and unpack. So this is what I propose we're going to be doing together. We're going to start with a write. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the power and the potential of words and expressive writing, and how it benefits people individually, how it can be integrated into a classroom setting. Alongside that is, again, like I mentioned, talking a little bit more about the different ways that we can write, the different ways we can listen to each other and offer strong feedback. And then we're going to end with another little mini write as sort of a way of sending and wrapping up our time together. So hopefully that sounds okay to you. But the first thing I want to do is just breathe. I want to set this time of writing aside a little bit from more of a presentation style into an opportunity and a desire to engage you in this process where we're going to be able to write together. So we've had a busy morning. You've had a little break. Maybe you're just getting comfortable in your chair again. Maybe you don't have a very comfortable chair, so maybe that's challenging. But I invite you to get your shoulders out of your ears and kind of relax your face muscles. Take some big inhales and exhales. And I'm going to invite you to just listen. And I, for myself at least, listen best often with my eyes closed. So if you want to close your eyes, go ahead and close your eyes. I once had a professor, was at U of T, an expressive writing professor. It was an interesting course. And he always said one of the most intimate things you can do for someone is to read to them. And so I'd like to read to you. And I'd like you to listen really deeply to what I read, because then I'm going to ask you to respond to it with your own writing. I will offer a prompt for you to write to. And that's how we're going to start our time together. So just find a nice rhythm to your breath. Close your eyes if you wish, get comfortable. And I invite you to listen, however you do that, whether it's by taking notes, whether it's just by closing your eyes and absorbing the words. Just listen. What I'm going to read to you today is called The Invitation. It's by a beautiful writer named Oriah Mountain Dreamer, who's someone I've had the privilege of writing with, and she's tremendous. And this piece in particular is one of my favorites. And I use it often as a way to stimulate some of my thoughts. So just listen. It doesn't interest me what you do for a living. I want to know what you ache for, and if you dare to dream of meeting your heart's longing. It doesn't interest me how old you are. I want to know if you will risk looking like a fool for love, for your dream, for the adventure of being alive. It doesn't interest me what planets are squaring your moon. I want to know if you have touched the center of your own sorrow, if you have been opened by life's betrayals, or have become shriveled and closed from fear of further pain. I want to know if you can sit with pain. Oh, sorry, my slide jumped. Mine or your own, without moving to hide it or fade it or fix it. I want to know if you can be with joy, mine or your own, if you can dance with wildness and let the ecstasy fill you to the tips of your fingers and toes without cautioning us to be careful, be realistic, remember the limitations of being human. It doesn't interest me if the story you are telling me is true. I want to know if you can disappoint another to be true to yourself, if you can bear the accusation of betrayal and not betray your own soul, if you can be faithless and therefore trustworthy. I want to know if you can see beauty even when it's not pretty every day, and if you can source your own life from its presence. I want to know if you can live with failure, yours and mine, and still stand at the edge of the lake and shout to the silver of the full moon, yes. It doesn't interest me to know where you live or how much money you have. I want to know if you can get up after the night of grief and despair, weary and bruised to the bone, and do what needs to be done to feed the children. It doesn't interest me who you know or how you came to be here. I want to know if you will stand in the center of the fire with me and not shrink back. It doesn't interest me where or what or with whom you have studied. I want to know what sustains you from the inside when all else falls away. I want to know if you can be alone with yourself and if you truly like the company you keep in the empty moments. Take another big, deep breath and an exhale. And what I'm going to ask you to do is take that pen and paper. And for the next 3 to 5 minutes, I want you to write in response to this prompt. And if it doesn't speak to you, just write whatever does come out this morning as you're reflecting on all the learning we've been doing together, on all of that's going on in your life around you. I invite you to respond to the prompt. What do you want to know? So we're going to write together in silence for just a few minutes. Okay. What do you want to know? Just wrapping up, finishing that last sentence. This does not need to be a thing of beauty. It can be a list, it can be scribbles, it can be chicken scratches on your piece of paper. And I'm going to invite you to slowly put your pens down and come back into this space. It might feel very unfinished what you began. It might feel like you only just got started. That's okay. This is just a tiny taste today. But I did want to make sure everyone had a moment to just write. So what I invite you to do next is consider sharing in one of two ways. Normally, I would love to hear what everyone wrote to that prompt. But of course, there's a number of us and we're limited in our time today. What I invite you to do, if you're comfortable, either, raise your hand and unmute yourself, or using the chat, maybe write down a line that you wrote during that 5-minute write, something that you're really proud of, or a word even that surprised you that emerged on your page, or a sentence that felt really strong, or that it felt like it captured a mood that you have, or a thought, perhaps more precisely than you ever have before. If there's just anything you'd like to share, either orally or in the chat, I really welcome that. What came out of you today in response to that poem? Here's a beautiful one from Tracy. Live life simpler. Enjoy the little things. Don't overthink everything. I want to know how you will care for you in the midst of trails and how I can help. That's from Audrey. Thank you, Audrey. Sally, I want to know if you appreciate and respond to a child's voice. Oh, it's gorgeous. You guys. Of course, it's a group of writers. Look at this. Oh, it's beautiful. I'll tell you that for me, here's another one from Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie. Kindness and humanity, values and moral compass. Gorgeous. Look at you all and your beautiful, beautiful, marvelous words. Often the wonders of life come in small gestures or actions or sensations. Thank you, Ambreen. That's gorgeous. I want to know which things to let go of, how to feel more alive. Oh, Michelle, I think that one will resonate with many. I will try and find one of my lines as well. I want to know if there's correlation, more deeper meaning than simple lines on this paper. Here's from Tracy. Children are promise for tomorrow and our futures. These are gorgeous lines, you guys. I wish we had like the whole day so we could unpack all these writings and share our whole pieces and just kind of bask in these beautiful, beautiful phrases. Here's one that my favorite line, and then we'll slowly move on, although I'd love to just stay in this. I want to carry the stories and voices of others inside of me without losing my own. Thank you, everyone, for engaging in this. Yes, continue, throw them in the chat. There's another one from Layla. I want to know only if we can extend this brief moment of understanding more and more to cover all life. Gorgeous. Oh, you guys, this is stunning. Thank you. So thank you for engaging in this with me. And we are going to write again a little bit together at the end of this session. But I want to talk about what we just did. And I want to talk about the possibilities. And I want to talk about the process. And I want to talk about what we can unlock as teachers, as facilitators, as writers, as humans in one another through writing. And one of my very favorite quotes that kind of, for me, just poses a lot of the big questions is by Louise de Salvo. And it is this: what if writing were as important and as basic a human function and as significant to maintaining and promoting our psychic and physical wellness as, say, exercise, healthful food, pure water, clean air, rest and repose, and some soul-satisfying practice? What if? What if writing? These questions really guide me daily, challenge me daily. I'm somebody, I don't know if any of you have had really personal experiences with writing, whether writing is something that you use in your day-to-day, whether you journal, whether you blog, whether you post things, whether you just find yourself scribbling things coherently or not. But whether writing is something that you do or find yourself doing, perhaps unexpectedly, when you're having maybe a tough moment, or feeling overwhelmed or looking for clarity. But writing, unbeknownst to me, really became that in my life and became a place of healing. And so all of my research, all of my work currently is very much fueled in a personal experience and a personal connection to writing and a desire to understand its possibilities, having experienced what it has been able to benefit, how it has been able to benefit me, and hoping that maybe it can benefit others. So I want to talk today with you about the power and the potential of words. So why do we write? Obviously, we write to communicate. We write to advocate. And we write to reflect and to heal and to discover. Sometimes we write to support others and ourselves. Writing, as we will kind of unpack a little bit further, has a lot of known benefits and others that are, I think, perhaps not proven, but felt by those who do use writing for all sorts of different purposes in their lives. But obviously we use writing first and foremost really as a form of connection. It's a desire to be heard and it's a desire to be seen. And while we use it in educational settings as more of a desire to prove knowledge or to demonstrate comprehension or to express opinion, it really can be a lot more than that. And that's really what I want to explore today, is how we can, as educators, bring some of those other benefits into our classrooms, bring them into the lives of our students, while also achieving the goals that I know we all need to achieve. I know those rubrics are important. I know those grades and assignments are important. I know that assessment is important. But I want to talk about ways that we can incorporate and appreciate the other elements of writing and how they are contributing to our students' well-being, or how they might contribute to our students' well-being. So I want to talk about what we kind of just did, which is more of an expressive writing. Often it's very much compared to free writing. But basically, when I talk about expressive writing, it's sort of the academic term used. It's personal writing about whatever's on your mind at the time that you're sitting down to write. Usually it's done with a timer so that it doesn't feel too daunting. So it's sort of, we're going to write for 5 minutes, we're going to write for 10 minutes, we're going to write for half an hour. But really, the purpose or the challenge to the writer is to just keep your pen moving the whole time and give absolutely no regard to really spelling or grammar or punctuation or audience or product. All those things that we, of course, teach our students are so important. We just kind of throw those things out the window for a moment. And of course, sometimes there's good punctuation and often there's magnificent writing, but it's not our purpose when we set out to do this. So what's really interesting to me is that expressive writing actually emerged. James W. Penbaker, who's sort of known as the kind of father of the founder of the expressive writing paradigm, his interest in writing as a tool arose from a curiosity about the physical manifestations, the pains, the medical ailments that could arise in some people, or that could be exacerbated if there were also repressed emotions. And his curiosity was, if we could release those emotions, would that have an impact on overall health? And if we were going to try and do that, what would be the best and easiest way? And he sort of said, well, writing might be a great way to do that. It might be a great way to release things. It's a little more private than speaking out loud. It's a little more accessible in that it can be done very much on your own. It can be done by most people. I mean, basically a simple pen and paper, a basic ability to write. Again, we're not looking for grammar and spelling, so it's okay if literacy isn't super strong, if formal education is perhaps not something that someone has experienced, they could still write. And so there was a curiosity there about, if we could release these emotions and things, what benefits might that have on our overall health? And the reality is, it came to be known that there are quite a few. Pain management in cancer patients. It helps manage rheumatoid arthritis. They've done studies in mental health and PTSD, all sorts of things, looking at the benefits of releasing these things, of finding clarity of thought, of finding connection with self. And I know that through the work that I am privileged to do with the Writers Collective of Canada, when we do that work in community, when we share those things, when we hear those stories, when we connect with one another in that way, that there's really a kind of communal healing that can arise as we find connection with ourselves, and make sense of things on the page, but also find that connection with one another. So that's just a tiny glimpse into expressive writing, and we'll unpack a few more little bits. As I mentioned, a lot of the benefits, so it's resource effective, right? We all know that writing is fairly simple. You know, you can even find a piece of recycled paper, that's fine. It doesn't have to be time consuming. We just had these beautiful, beautiful words spill out of you guys in the span of 5 minutes. And look how stimulating they are, how moving they were. It can be self-initiated, it can be very flexible. It's not, there's no stigma really around writing. It's something we all do in one way or another. It can be very private. It can be done alone or in community. It's quite affordable and therefore accessible. It's really something that's great for those who might be isolated, right? You can feel a lot less alone when you're with your words than if you're on your own. So beyond basic literacy, and I say basic because I don't believe you need a strong grasp of language. I've written with people with all sorts of abilities, whether that's a lack of education or even those who struggle with various disabilities, intellectual, emotional. And I've written with them, and, you know, beautiful things can still emerge regardless of limitations. So I really do believe with a basic literacy, you can still find a powerful way to express yourself. So moving on to our next slide. Why does this sort of writing have benefit for our students? I know a lot of us were educators, so we always, why does that work? How does that work? The reality is that there's a lot of theories around this. It's not quite known for sure, but kind of one of the working theories is that there's something that happens when we translate emotions and thought into words, that translation into language, that putting pen to paper can help us make sense of things, and that creating a narrative helps us navigate the complexities of our rather complex evolving lives. So without getting into something that is much bigger than my knowledge and much bigger than we have time for today, but just narrative identity, narrative psychology is a whole sort of field. But basically, in a nutshell, because that's the amount of time we have for this, it's basically this kind of sense of saying, to feel a sense of peace within, you need to be able to make a connection between your past self, your current situation, and your imagined future. So if you can find coherence in that narrative, you can find calm and peace and purpose, that you can, but one of the critical components, and one of the critical components of kind of doing this expressive or exploratory or more emotive writing, is that you must address the moments of disruption. If you try and jump over the trauma or jump over the disruptions, however big or small that might be, you won't find that sense of self, that cohesive sense. So it's a really interesting thing that I find I can see when I write with different communities. I'm doing a lot of work. This also kind of relevant as we sit here on Remembrance Day. I've been doing a lot of work with veterans over the past year, with women veterans and also with homeless veterans suffering from PTSD, and looking at the way that we revisit those traumatic moments until we can kind of find a sense of resolution, is something that I see in the writers I'm blessed to work with over and over. And they're doing that really hard work. And we always kind of say, because I know people are often hesitant or reluctant to dive into the depths of ourselves through words, but of course, without addressing a wound with just putting a Band-Aid on it, we don't actually get to the root causes and we don't make progress in healing. So to kind of unpack a little bit more about narrative, of course. So again, narrative really allows us to reconstruct our own personal story. It provides cohesion for us. It provides a sense of purpose and unity internally. And all of these things help us find connection with ourselves and with others. I seem to clearly be getting ahead of myself on my slides. I think you'll be able to sense that this is content and this is information that I'm very passionate about. And so I do tend to get ahead of myself. So of course, we've talked a little bit about narrative, but what about voice? What about the voice that comes from the page? The voice that emerges in each of your writers, whether they're students or whether you're writing in a different situation, is uniquely theirs. Whether that voice, as we spoke about with Stephanie, whether you can hear an accent in that voice, whether you can hear a degree of education, formal or not, in that voice, a degree of confidence, or whether there's a strong sense of self, you know, whether there's a strong sense of values or opinions, or whether there's a reluctance or hesitancy. I think all of us can hear those voices in our students, whether they're writing an academic assignment or not. I just literally last night was grading academic papers, and I can tell you, you know, the voices of each of my students are so strong and developed, even if they're timid. They're each unique, and each of them deserves to be heard and fostered. So each voice, of course, as it comes across on the page, reveals information about its author. And one of the things that, again, as Stephanie talked about, you know, that flexing that writing muscle, whether we're going to look at this writing or not, whether we're going to be grading, whether we're going to be offering feedback, the more we're writing, the more we're strengthening our beliefs, our sense of self, finding clarity, we're strengthening our voice. I'm going to tell you another anecdote about working with a really powerful group. At the start of the pandemic, an organization called FCO, which is Family Councils Ontario, they represent families whose loved ones are in long-term care homes. And they came to us at the start of the pandemic as everything locked down. And as you will recall, long-term care homes were, of course, hardest hit. It was all over the news. There was a lot of death. There was a lot of illness. It was very terrifying. And they said, what can you do for our people, for these families who've just been cut off from their loved ones? And I said, well, of course, we're going to write. So I had the privilege of leading a group. There were 12 caregivers from across Ontario. Never had any of them met before. None of them were in the same town. And we gathered every week, and we wrote for a couple hours together, just as we did this morning, to prompts. We wrote whatever was on our mind. Sometimes people wrote about they wrote about the weather, or they wrote about what they could see out their window, because most of us weren't going outdoors at that point, or they wrote about the fear they had around their loved ones. What was really fascinating is that while we wrote about a wide range of things, what they reported finding most towards the end was a confidence in and clarity in thought, but also a stronger voice that made them feel better equipped to be advocates for their loved ones. And that really came at a time where they had to be advocates for their loved ones. And so it was a really powerful part of that process for them. And I think is a powerful process for our students as they are preparing for various, journeys professionally, as they are navigating the world around them, having that sense of voice, having that ability to advocate for oneself or someone else, which is also, I know for my students, a lot of them will be in a position where they'll be advocating for others, and their confidence in doing that is critical. So I'm treading a line here because I'm talking sort of abstractly. I'm trying to also give you a little bit of my experience and how I do this in the classroom, because of course it might feel very out of place. But I wanted to, so we're going to talk about, I get it, we need to grade our students. There's other purposes here. So there's different ways to integrate this, but I want to talk first about why this matters still. If you are like me, perhaps you're still teaching online. Perhaps you're facing students who haven't been in a traditional, undisrupted learning environment for years. Perhaps you're finding your students are sitting behind black squares, reluctant to speak or raise their virtual hand. Perhaps they're very reluctant to even use the chat. We have collectively suffered sort of a traumatic experience, and many of us have had complications in our lives that existed before COVID. Many are, were exacerbated by that. Many just, even in day-to-day life, regardless of a global health crisis, we're dealing with challenges that, especially as adult learners, can impact and complicate our learning. And I think that there's a place and perhaps a necessity to offer room in our day-to-day, in our classrooms, where people can explore that in a safe, brave way. I open every one of my classes. I have an optional before tutorial writing workshop where we do exactly what we just did this morning. We say good morning, we have our tea, and I offer a prompt and we write. And sometimes we share it, or I always share, and some of them share and others don't, or some of them put something in the chat. And we just hear one another, and we just sit together with one another, and we give ourselves that space to explore the things that are going on in our lives. While the prompt is always there, it's optional. If people want to explore something else, that's very welcome. They know that none of this will be submitted for grading, that none of this has, there's no repercussion to this writing. It is simply there for them. I don't force them to come to this, but I'll tell you, there's many who come religiously. There's a strong group of them who come every week. And their writing improves as a result too. So even if you're more concerned with that development of their literacy, that does improve. And that is, research would demonstrate that. And as we've already discussed, of course, practice of any kind is going to bring improvement. It also cultivates their voice. It helps them clarify their thoughts. It helps them just feel empowered, I think. But it also provides a bit of self-care at a time when many of us, I think, are feeling frantic and overwhelmed and still kind of burnt out from years of grinding and overwhelm and life becoming blurry with work and everything else, and feeling cut off and feeling isolated and feeling alone. And our classrooms are a place where we can support elements of that. So yes, I appreciate we need to grade our students. So here are some ways that I suggest or do use expressive writing in my classroom, or suggest you might want to consider based on how yours is set up and designed. But as I mentioned, as an earlier part of the class, as a pre-class gathering, as a great optional sort of something, a breakout room, as a place to practice. It can be an outside of class experience. It can be an inside. I could also just as easily, I also included in my slide deck my prompt so that if somebody's unable to attend, but they still wish to take time during their week to do some writing, there's a prompt there waiting for them if they wish. It's also kind of, if you see it more as a free writing experience, it's a great way, especially as mature students are often more asked to write, about their opinion or about their reflection on a topic. It's a great way to get a first draft. It's a great way, without holding yourself to writing conventions, to explore what you truly feel about a subject, make sense of what you really believe to be true about something, to sort of start noticing themes in what you're writing about, and arguments and reflective components. So there's definitely, I think, a place for it in the writing process. I guess we would plunk it into the pre-writing. But I can tell you, I start many of my academic pieces with expressive writing. I take prompts on various topics to help me probe them. And I've done quite a lot of coaching with PhD and MA students over the years. And with them, as I'm coaching them through their thesis projects, and almost without fail, every time we meet, I'm like, I don't feel like you've, explored this, or why does this matter to you? Because truthfully, very few of us are pursuing something academic because without it mattering to us. So explore that, understand that about yourself, know why it matters to you that, something on a particular topic, or why you're here studying this at all. What is it you're trying to achieve? And so I know a lot of people coach taking the personal out of academic work, and I sit there and undo all that work. I'm sorry, I'm the person who says, put it back in. I want you to be impassioned researchers, and I want you to be passionate writers, and I want you to care about what it is you're doing out there in the world and in how you're communicating it. So if you get, papers from students I've touched, I'm sorry, because I undo a lot of that work, and really encourage people, whether it ends up in the final product, but to really make sure they've unpacked it for themselves so that they understand. I took a gorgeous course. It was a methodology course of all things, which I expected to be bored stiff in, but it was narrative methodology. And really the purpose of the class was that by the end, every single student in it, this was during my master's degree, each of us had a sense of why we were there and why we were researching what we were. And the whole point was to connect your scholarly, your personal, and your professional self, and find that integration of what set you on fire. And the point of the professor was always to say, that is your point of passion. That is what you are meant to be doing. And that is your purpose. So if you can connect those things for yourself, and we did it through basically expressive writing practices, and it provided a lot of clarity, whether that was more emotional clarity, personal clarity, or professional. And I think it helped us all a great deal. So one of the things I just want to talk about, if you do hope to incorporate more expressive writing, this also kind of steps into some of what Stephanie talked about feedback and strategies and the damage and danger of red ink. I did want to actually talk a little bit about how to some alternative ways then, if you do want to incorporate this sort of work into your sessions, into your classroom, the ways we need to handle that then. To do this sort of brave writing that is more emotional, that is more about expressing oneself, one's opinions, one's lived experience. And let's be honest, a lot of our students have very complex lives. They have complex home situations. At least my students do. And I need to honor that. So we do things like, take a minute to set the tone, take the minute to ask how people are doing, to check in with one another, to maybe do some breath work or listen to a poem, things like that, which we did again, just as a very basic sample this morning. I wish we'd had more time. The other thing is to be as brave as you're asking your students to be. So for me and at the Writers Collective, that very much comes down to participation versus observation. You are never an observation. You are never wearing that lens. You are a participant as well. So if I'm going to ask my students to be brave and write and explore, then I must also do the work. So I also always share what I wrote, even if it's with a quivering voice and making myself vulnerable. That's a risk that I take when I ask them to do the same. I respect and honor the confidentiality of that. That is work that then stays in that space and is honored in that space. It has no place in conversation that follows post-class or outside of the bubble of what you create when doing that writing. There's no space for critique in this. It's first draft writing, it's vulnerable writing. So the only sort of feedback we give, and I will come to this a bit more, is feedback that talks about what resonated, what was strong, what connected with us. The prompts, as I mentioned, it's optional. If that's not what you want to write about something else. The point is that you're writing, that you're exploring what needs to come out of yourself onto that page. And that sharing that anybody chooses to do is their choice. It's not a requirement. It is a gift that they're giving to you, and that it should be treated as such. So again, this brings us back to how do we hear one another? And we talked about this a little right at the start when I asked you to sit and close your eyes and listen to me, and to listen deeply. And whether you do that with your eyes closed or by jotting down notes, you ask, when somebody is going to make themselves vulnerable to you, you're asking them to, you need to respect that with limiting distractions, with listening to their true voice, for the tone, for how their emotions are coming through there too. And I think taking note for yourself of how those words are making you feel. If something's unclear, asking to hear it again, honoring the writer in doing that, saying, could you repeat that line? I was, it captivated me. Sometimes I get so caught in a line, I can't hear what comes after. And I acknowledge that. I own that to the writer. I think the other thing that's really important when we're listening deeply to one another is listening for what is not being said. I think that can be just as revealing. So again, I offer this, and this will just be in my deck, which I believe they're being shared. This is the same sort of thing as we're encouraging our writers in how to develop as writers. I think just as the other presenters have discussed, there's so much that benefits our writing that is not just the writing, it is the reading and the listening and all the other things, the way that our strengthening our writing skills improves us as a math student. Becoming a strong listener will also improve your writing and your ability to give feedback. So I just offer some tips about some of the different things that you might want to do coaching on with your students on how to listen, or coach yourself on and practice when your students are speaking, and whether that's them speaking off the cuff, whether that's them speaking or really reading something that they've presented. But I also use almost the same checklist for what to read for. But I find it can be valuable to just revisit some of those things. This was, I really think that the point Stephanie was making about the volume of red ink, about the accountability and the respecting the writer to find and improve their writing without just kind of marking up everything that's wrong, is really an important point. And I wanted to come back to that. One of my many brilliant writing coaches over the years has said, I just wish I knew which one it was. The only feedback worth giving is that which makes the writer want to keep writing. And this is where I get nervous, because I think of people in my own life who are just like, Shelley, but I'm not a writer. I'm not a writer, because my teacher in second grade gave me back my red inked paper and told me that, what I wrote was horrible, and that I can't spell, and that I can't, put a sentence together, and that I'm the real problem with that. And I'm so sensitive to this because I see it weekly in workshops that I get to run through work, is that it's a very quick jump for a lot of people, especially the younger learner or the learner who's not very confident. It's a very quick transition from hearing, I'm not a strong writer, to I have nothing valuable to say, to my voice is not worth hearing, to I should be silent. It's amazing how quick that progression happens for learners, and it's very harmful. And I don't think any of us ever want to silence our writers and our students. Every voice deserves to be heard. Every voice is valid. It's our job to make them find, to help them find the courage in their voice and their strength of voice, and to encourage them to use it, and to find what makes their voice unique and leverage that for their benefit and the benefit of those they use to, look to serve by using their voice and through their communications, and help them figure out where their superpowers are. So I just love that quote, and really wanted to share it with you as you all encourage your writers. So again, just feedback for first draft writing. I think we've touched on most of this, but it's really keeping it about what's strong, and really building that up. I know my kids come home from school and they talk about the, 2 stars and a wish, and, I got to read so-and-so's piece today, and then I get to tell them 2 things they did really well, and 1 thing I wish they would do more of. Truthfully, I keep the wish right out of feedback on first draft writing. That's something more that once somebody has heard how their work has touched you, how you have been inspired by them, how you have been moved by what they had to say, or found inspiration or new ideas that emerged through their sharing and their courageous work. It is only if they say, I'm ready to hear critique, or I'm in a place where I can welcome feedback or requests for more, that we do that. So of course, that's not how we handle, submitted assignments, but I'm just talking about more if someone's willing to share some of that very raw, real, more emotive first draft sort of work, that it's being mindful of that. Although I think that's something we should be mindful always of as we receive somebody's thoughts and reflect back to them. So if expressive and exploratory writing is something that you want to be doing more of, if this is something that you're kind of curious about, if it's something you'd like to try and bring into your classroom, I just wanted to remind you that there's inspiration all around you in terms of prompts, in terms of things to get you started. And here are just a few, but of course, that because you already inspire writers daily and through different modes. I heard, through the chat and through conversation in the last few sessions, using the first chapter of a crime novel, using newspaper articles, things that are really relevant and real to students, and how that can elicit response. I think that's beautiful. So as we wrap up our time here, we just have kind of 10 minutes. And what I'd like to do is do 3 very small writes together. And so I'm going to offer 3 sentence starters, and I'm just going to give you 2 minutes for each. And I'm just going to give you 2 minutes right now to please complete this sentence. Writing to me is, and just take that same piece of paper or the back side of it that we started with. Writing to me. This can be one sentence, it can be one word. You can share it or not. You are so welcome. Writing to me is speaking my personal truth. Thank you, Kaylee. Writing to me is escape and rescue. Thank you, Sally. Stephanie says, writing to me is expression, a place to speak my mind without interruption. I'll offer mine. Writing to me is the place where I find myself. Georgina says, writing to me is freedom to let my emotions run with my pen. Beautiful, beautiful. And I'm going to ask you now to add to this with one more sentence. When I teach writing to others, I hope they learn. And I just ask you to finish that sentence. I'm going to give you just 2 minutes. When I teach others to write, I hope they learn. And for me, that is when I teach others to write, I hope they learn the power of their own voice. And Sally says, I hope they learn fearlessness. And Stephanie says, I hope they learn advocacy for themselves. As teachers, we have powerful intentions for our students. When I teach others to write, I hope they learn to be peaceful. I hope they learn it is okay to be vulnerable and exposed. I hope they learn that they can communicate powerfully without being a perfect writer. I hope they can learn that their voice matters. These are gorgeous. And so I'm going to offer you one more, and this is your last sentence. Oops. When I teach others to write, I hope they feel. What do you hope they feel? I hope they feel empowered. Thank you, Kaylee. Accomplished. Thank you, Marissa. They feel they are good enough. Thank you, Susan. Absolutely. Love for themselves, that their voice matters and that it is theirs. When I teach others to write, I hope they feel fearless. I love that their thoughts matter. And so what I'm going to leave you with is that if you put all those together, I think I hope you have remembered and pulled together and clarified for yourself your authentic feelings about what you're doing and why you're doing it. I think you just set yourself a teaching mantra. You know what writing is to you. You know what you want to teach others, and you know how you want them to feel when they're learning it. And so as our time together closes, I just want to say this: may you inspire voice, and may you know the power of your own. Thank you so much for your time and the work you're doing to teach others to find their voice.
Thank you so much, Sally. That was very interactive and reflective, and a great takeaway for our students to empower them with their own voice. Any questions? We have about 5 minutes that Shelley can spare.
I promised I'd get you to lunch. Thank you, everyone, for engaging in the process and for being really present. I had the honor of working with a beautiful organization called Theater of War that uses, just as Writers Collective uses writing as kind of the tool and impetus for conversation and dialogue between people and to inspire connection. They use theater, they use plays. And the facilitator, their executive director, who was facilitating a conversation around caregiving that came from a presentation of King Lear, of all things, said, "I'm not asking for polish here. I'm just asking you to be present." And I just think I'm so grateful for each of you for being present. A question from Susan I'm seeing: how do you handle situations where deep trauma is disclosed, especially in a group session? Yeah, that's a big one. And a lot of organizations we work with are very nervous about it. So there's a lot of techniques, and I don't want to get too into the pedagogy. We have a whole kind of scaffolding for all of our Writers Collective workshops that hold space for this. First of all, if we're working with a particularly vulnerable population, there's usually staff present as well, just as sort of a backup. You'd be surprised at what people can handle and how proud people are when they actually go deep. We support going deep in our workshops, and we make space for these sorts of things. So truthfully, another piece of that is how we offer feedback. And so the feedback isn't about the person. The feedback is about the writing. So often, actually, when somebody finally kind of reveals or shares something quite traumatic, they actually feel quite seen and heard and resilient, because what gets modeled back is feedback about their writing. So I hear in that writer, we also remove the word you in giving feedback. So we would talk about the power and the courage of that character, the resilience of them in revealing it, in surviving what they did. If there's something, obviously, that, again, we work with staff and agency partners for the most part. So there's elements of that where there's other support systems in place. I also think it's important to note that while a lot of the work that we do is very therapeutic, we are not therapists, nor are the volunteers who run the writing workshop sessions. But truthfully, a lot of times when really difficult content emerges, I think there's a sense of relief for the writer that they've said it out loud, that they've owned that part of their story. And when they hear the affirmation of those in the group, in the room with them, they feel very supported. There's a whole structure, like I said, that allows and makes space for this really brave work to happen. So Susan, I don't want to, there's lots we can talk about there. I just don't want to, get too far into it. It's a little bit of a tangent in some ways, but yeah, you're right. I mean, this is the thing, when we invite people to unlock elements of themselves, we also have to be ready to receive that. And again, that's why there was so much coaching on or talk in this session. And if I was training volunteers, there would be coaching and training in these areas. But in terms of how you listen to people, how you make space for that, how you hold that space in confidentiality, how you set that space aside from the space that we're all just bustling about in day to day, and how you receive and give feedback on that. And again, we are writing workshops, so the feedback is about the writing, not about the person. But I can see I can say there's a major transformation for a lot of the writers that I have the privilege of working with, who may start out as saying, I am homeless. And by the end of a workshop series or some time with us, they might start to replace that with, I am actually a writer, and I have a voice that deserves to be heard, and I have a story that deserves to be heard. And I have something valuable to contribute. And we see that transition time and time again. We have addicts who say, I used to get up at 3 a.m. to do coke, and now I get up at 3 a.m. and I write. So there's powerful stories, there's powerful transformation that, those are sort of perhaps feel more like extreme examples, but I can also tell you, I have students who write with me Monday morning at 8 a.m. They get up an extra half hour early to come and sit with me. And many of them can't share what they wrote, but they will say that opened something in me, or that let me express something, or that felt vulnerable and I needed that. I don't need to know more. If they want to share it, I'm there to hear it. And if they don't, that's okay. But we made space together for those thoughts and emotions to come out. And that was really beautiful. Yeah. And I don't know what that is to them, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Georgina. As you know, I can go on about this all day. So it's lunchtime.
Thank you so much, Shelley. And again, if anybody has questions, we can get back to Shelley, or you can put them in the chat. So thank you for that first half of the day. We're going to now stop for our lunch and
for arranging. Thanks for this great day, Georgina and Ambreen, and for inviting me. And thanks to people who are still here on a Friday afternoon. So I will get right to it. I'm going to have a technical I might have to go back and forth a little bit, because I'm going to show you my slides, but I also want to sometimes go out of the presentation to show you a couple of websites. So I don't know the easy way to do that, but we'll see how it works. So let's see now. Do you see just the full presentation? At this, or do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the full screen.
it's
No.
cut off the bottom.
Okay. So what if I do that? How's that now?
Better.
That's better. Okay. So I will proceed then. All right, great. So I will be explicitly looking at some digital writing instruction in the digital era, and how writing is changing and how instruction can change also. I'll skip that part. So I've got two sections to this. The first half is kind of a step back to take a sort of a macro view of what's happening with technology and how it's influencing and shaping writing. And in the second part, we'll go a little closer up and look at instruction and look at how technology is changing what we do with writing. And importantly, as we talk about instruction, what sorts of digital tools really support the writing process and writing development. And specifically, we'll look how technology is increasing the need for writing, and then look at how learning to write is and isn't changing. There's some things that will just stay the same. I'll introduce what I'm calling an instructional routine, or sort of an instructional sequence that you could use to support writing, and it works online or in person. And I'll also look at a few examples of different tools that will support that routine. So first of all, sort of that macro view to frame things. I have a poll, if Ambreen is able to pull that up. So the poll here, now try and answer with your kind of gut instinct, not based on the topic of the day. So what do you think is the most requested skill by employers? And this is a general skill, or what these researchers called a baseline skill, that employers request in job ads, but find out that employees might lack. And so this is identified, this is a skill gap. So if you could indicate what you think is the #1 skill gap, and this is based on what employers post in job ads. So if you could take a few moments to choose the #1 that you think
Christine,
is, yeah,
sorry, I'm getting some direct chat.
okay.
Do you want the participants to put it in the chat?
No, do they see the poll?
It just has the question. There's no choices or anywhere to fill it in.
Oh, they're not able to click on one of these buttons?
No.
They should, because I'm seeing that people are filling it. 24 already filled it in.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe whoever,
And if it goes in the chat, that's okay. We can.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so for those that were emailing me directly or texting me or chatting directly with me,
Yeah. So what do you think has the largest skill gap?
Christine, so far 29 have filled it out. So
Okay.
we
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Shall we take a look at the results? Do you see those? Great. Okay. Oh, this is great. Communication skills, so 59%, and digital skills at 34%. Great. Okay. And the other one sort of a different, just a little bit. Oh, terrific. Thank you for that. Well, the reveal. So this research was it's from the US, but what a research firm did was look at millions of job ads that appear online in sites like Monster or Indeed. And the #1 gap is in fact writing. So the top 5 skills that they identified with the largest skill gaps were writing at the top, customer service, supervision, basic mathematics, and communication. So it certainly affirms the role of our programs, but you may be surprised to see where writing appears. The other interesting part of this is if you look down and you see computer skills and typing, that's quite far down in the list. So they didn't have something called digital skills, but they got a little more specific. They called it computer skills and typing. And so why is it sort of down further in the list? And I think what's happening here is we're just in this era, we're in this period where all of these other skills, writing, customer service, supervisory, mathematics, they are performed and demanded at work in digital environments. So it's not really as probably identified anymore that someone wants to just focus on skills like computer skills and typing. Really, all of these other skills are seamlessly integrated into a digital environment, especially in the workplace. So we'll look at this a little more. So what did the researchers say about writing? They say it's particularly notable because of the frequency with which it crops up in postings by employers. So not only was it the #1 gap, it's requested the 3rd most frequent. So it ranked the 3rd most frequently requested skill overall. Additionally, the gaps persist across nearly all occupation families. So you might think, oh, it's just going to be for higher level jobs, managerial jobs, but they're saying no. The writing is requested across all families in different kinds of occupations. So when you do get access to the presentation, you'll see that you'll be able to go right back to the research study if you want. Now, this was done in, I should say, a little caveat, in 2016. I don't know if the pandemic has changed things a lot, but just so you have some context there. So why the increased demand in writing? What's happening here? And why is there a gap? So I guess one tendency people might have to explain such a gap is say, oh, they're not teaching writing in schools. And possibly, that might be possibly part of the answer. But there's also a broader kind of social answer to this too. And if we look at some work and some writing from a literacy historian, she has looked at how work is changing. So what she writes is that the nature of work in the US and Canada has changed toward making and managing information and knowledge in increasingly globalized settings. Intense pressure has come to bear on the productive side of literacy, the writing side. For perhaps the first time in history of mass literacy, writing seems to be eclipsing reading as the literate experience of consequence. So what she is writing, it's quite fascinating to think of how writing now, because of technology, has just become demanded so much more. And so that has implications for what we do with and how we work with our adult literacy learners. Okay. And so we'll look now a little bit about how is technology changing how we learn to write. And so just to take a step back again and to emphasize, there's nothing that I think we've learned throughout the morning about the complexities of writing and the difficulties of writing. There's nothing natural about writing. It is certainly a learned process that really has to be passed on through active engagement with others who have knowledge of the writing process. And it has a very distinct set of conventions, skills, and knowledge that must be learned and practiced. Everything from the letter sound system, phonics, the sentence level, as we learned so much about, particular phrases and words that accompany certain texts, specific structures of these texts that are used to achieve various aims. And of course, writing carries with it a lot of abstract and very cultural concepts that really coordinate how we think about things. And it is tremendously complicated, but of course, learnable. But it's nothing that it doesn't just happen spontaneously. And tools have always impacted writing. So it's interesting just to take a step back historically. We're in a digital era with digital tools that have tremendous influence on writing, but so have other tools throughout history. And we have to think about always how the tools we use introduce other complexities and other opportunities. So, and we're in an era now with digital tools that have likely introduced or reintroduced access issues. So if we think about sort of the previous era where writing and paper, of course, printing presses, really, and public libraries democratized literacy and people's access, the introduction of digital tools and technology has reintroduced barriers, often because of affordability, of course, because of infrastructure and where one lives. So these things introduce new barriers to who has access to text, to produce them, to read them. But of course, when these issues are addressed, there's tremendous opportunity with digital tools, which we will talk about quite a bit. They also introduce complexity in writing and learning to write. And we have to acknowledge that there's going to be more things even to think about as a teacher, as an instructor. So there's often, with technology, there's more of a pull, an emphasis on production over sort of the slow craft of writing and thoughtful composition. Technology has introduced a proliferation of content, often over quality and veracity, the truthfulness of that content. Of course, it's introduced an tremendous ease of access to information, but that might overshadow where that information comes from, the attribution of the information, the understanding that there might be experts or a body of knowledge to consult. And of course, there's just some of that mechanical operational complexity of handling different tools, different interfaces. So there are definitely more complexities layered into the learning process. And just to kind of acknowledge that there is still a definite role for paper. And this is another complexity, I think, writing we have to think about as educators. You know, when is pen and paper still vitally important? When is technology used and focused on? And just a couple of studies here that might help you think about that. So one study found that when students were taking notes and they used longhand, they remembered more and had a deeper understanding of the material compared to those who took notes on a laptop. And so there's something with the physical, tactile part of writing with pen on paper, according to another study, that leads to more brain activity when remembering the information. So I think the main point of this is just to recognize there will be additional cognitive demands. We talked about that term cognitive load a little earlier. And of course, distraction that accompanies screens and apps and keyboards. And so it's just a reminder that there is still a place, of course, for pen and paper and opportunities to integrate traditional pen and paper activities. And I guess overall, a message to think about, and my own sort of stance and perspective, is that the craft of writing remains at the core of instruction, and digital tools are always there to support the craft. They have a supporting role. And I think you answered this question a little earlier. So about challenges you experience when teaching writing. I was noting many of them, and I think you'll find it interesting. I won't have you put into the chat again because you did answer that. But what you might find interesting is how your responses compared to a large review when teachers were asked, well, what challenges do you have when teaching writing? And it's interesting to think about how your answers might fit into these categories. A lot of the categories are actually structural. So there's more structural kinds of pressures in schooling and perhaps in LBS too. So one of the biggest issues is just time. Teachers are saying, I just run out of time. I don't have enough time to devote to writing. And what they were saying, and this is a study from the US, so there might be some differences or there might be similarities, but they're saying that too much time was spent on preparing for assessments. So that ate away at time that could be devoted to something like writing instruction. And then similarly, there's just not intensive periods of time that can be devoted to longer pieces and engagement with longer in-depth writing. Another key area was actually the whole area of digital tools. So what the researchers found was, even though most writing outside the classroom is now digital, there was an absence of digital tools in the classroom. Now, it's that part of that could be the time pressure, because digital tools will introduce more complexities in the writing process. So it could be the time pressure. It could be the way the access to the tools is set up. If you have to go off to a computer lab, for example, and book time, it's not very spontaneous, perhaps, in your teaching, and it may become more of a bother than it's worth. The other part of that is thinking about that the teacher is often the only audience for student writing. And so that presents challenges too. And this is likely where a lot of people's sort of some of the challenges that were identified this morning might fit into some of this area of sort of instructional procedures. We're learning so many good ideas today. We've had so many good ideas about new processes, new procedures. But definitely what they found was teachers simply didn't have enough access to various instructional strategies and procedures to use, and specifically around the area of working with students with disabilities or working with students whose first language is not the language of instruction. So that might just help give some context to some of your own challenges that you were identified earlier. So we will acknowledge, indeed, and this goes back to the literacy historian Deborah Brandt, who talked about how literacy is changing and writing is becoming more in demand and more valued. And she acknowledges, yes, writing is difficult and time consuming. Yes, the teaching of writing is difficult and time consuming, but we have to confront these facts and make adjustments. Writing needs a lot more attention in school than it is getting. So for a long time, we believed that writing develops through reading. But as a society, we're now in a developmental stage where reading is more likely to develop through writing. We need to reorganize literacy instruction around writing development. So she's not saying, of course, that reading isn't important. It's just the priorities and perhaps the flow of the instruction, that it gets targeted around writing and the production of writing, especially when we're talking about nonfiction kinds of writing and informational writing, and that the reading serves that purpose. So she's just talking about how to change the emphasis a little from an instructional perspective. So I don't know if do we need to take a pause here if there's any questions that you might have, and before we go into the second part. Okay. Can you elaborate on the mechanism of writing, developing reading? The mechanism of writing, developing reading. I think what she was saying is that when we think about, and this might be at sort of higher levels, at secondary levels or post-secondary, that what's happening with people's writing demands, they have to produce writing, and reading ends up serving the writing. So they might have a writing goal, and they will read and gather information and research to serve that writing goal. So I think that's what she's talking about. There's probably no real mechanism, but it's just that kind of change in the flow between reading and writing. Whereas in school, reading is so often done first, is a primary focus, And then writing might come second or third down the line. There's lots of reading practice and reading comprehension. And then the writing might come later. So I think she's just talking about this general idea of thinking about how to turn that to make a shift where the reading serves the writing. Okay, great. And there's more Q&A after. Okay. So now this part is more of the hands-on. So we kind of did a big picture, something to think about with the way technology is just changing the demands for writing in society and the way technology is changing how we learn to write and how writing develops. But now we'll get right to the instruction. What can you do within your classes, with your groups of learners? So I'm going to introduce something called it's a writing routine. It's really a learning routine, and it's looking at sort of the role of writing in a holistic kind of context. So it could be, you could call it a literacy routine with writing as a priority, writing as a focus. But what this can help you do is just get into a pattern and a rhythm that's focused on, and we're going to look at each aspect, focused on what's called a worthy text. And we'll go into detail of what I mean by that, and includes a lot of discussion and talk. I really feel strongly that talk is that segue to thinking about the text in different ways and to getting the mind organized to produce writing, to do writing. So this kind of routine can also be used in person or online. It's quite adaptable. It integrates the use of digital tools, sites, different sites online and collections. It can also accommodate various abilities because you've got a lot of discussion built into your writing instruction. It gives people the chance who might be at different levels with their writing to contribute in a more equitable way through discussion. And it also, I think, helps by introducing sort of a typical pattern. It just helps learners gain some control and build confidence. So I've noted there where this has come from, and I've adapted this from another source. But in addition, I was also inspired by something you may be familiar with, the language experience approach. And that is also an instructional routine where you do repeat the same sequence over and over. And that, for those who aren't familiar, language experience is wonderful for very beginning students who are just learning how the language works and how to work with sounds and at the word level. And the experience is the focus. And then that experience, there's discussion about that with the learners. It could be an experience in the learners' lives or something the class or the group has done together. Learners talk about that together. It's recorded by the instructor or the tutor. It's then read together. There's elements that are pulled out for practice, to look at phonics, to look at the way sentences are structured. And then, of course, it can include some writing. So the routine, it's a very similar concept that I'll be talking about. It's something that can be repeated over and over with different experiences. And in this case, we're going to talk about the different texts that can be used. Okay, so the first aspect, you might be wondering, what is this a worthy text? So it's something a little different than maybe what you were talking about earlier this morning with a mentor text. So the point of a worthy text is to find something very engaging. So we'll talk about that first. So it has to get the learners' attention. It has to be thought-provoking, hopefully representative of cultures, communities, learner concerns, and interests. And the other part of choosing the text is choosing something within a context, within where learners can go on and maybe turn the page, literally, or go to the next chapter, of course, or read the next story, or read the next news article. You want to get them in a space where there's some spontaneity. So not just introducing a text that's a standalone, but can they then go spontaneously to the next thing, to the next thing? Because you want to, and even if that's a bookshelf in the classroom, can they spontaneously just keep reading if they are interested? So this is where I'm going to, I think if I go into these, I want to show you a couple of examples. There, yeah, so I will take you then to a website. Okay. So I'm going to go back and forth. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that's working okay. So we'll go through these, and I just picked a few examples. And of course, one of those is the Toronto Public Library Adult Literacy eBooks. They, just as a reminder for people, that they do have a wonderful accessible collection, including ebooks and audiobooks, and if you books where you can get the text and also listen at the same time. So it's just a reminder of the great resources at the public library. But I also want to show you something I found. So this site called the Now Comment Literature Collection. I kind of couldn't believe what was up here and available. So this has a collection of really interesting, engaging books, including, we'll go right down here, Trevor Noah, Born a Crime. Now, the site is primarily a place to encourage people to comment on text, which is a whole aspect that we'll also talk about, commenting and annotating. But they've got this literature collection. And if I click on the title, what comes up is the complete text. I'm going to scroll down in sections. So it's not too bad. I'm going to click here again. Plus, there's the audio, and it's Trevor Noah narrating his own book. It's an Audible book that's been made available online. And I'm not quite sure how their copyright is working. There it is. But all of this is available, and there's the audio that can be accessed. Now, remember the site has these comments. So what I can do though, is change that. Sorry, I've got too much in my screen. I'm going to show you this add-on I'm using on an extension, and it cleans some things up. Oh, it didn't clean up the right thing for me. Oh dear. Okay, let me show you that afterwards. Sorry about that. I didn't load the proper story, but I'm going to have, this may not work as an example, but you will be able to look at it. But what you can actually do is download the MP3 files, and you can save the text from each of these sections oh, there it is. It's a bit more cleaned up from the book itself. Okay, sorry, the two-pane view. Let's get the comments off to the side. That's what I'm trying to do. There we go. That cleaned it up. Sorry, there we go. So once you've got just the text in front of you, and we've got the comments off to the side, you can actually print this out. So it was just, and it's fascinating to think that there's all of this is quite accessible online in an open source kind of site right now. So I've also another source available, and this is more nonfiction. This is a nice little source called Science News Explorers. This is also an open site. So it's just small snippets of articles in different science topics. But again, all of these can be saved and viewed and look curated by you if you wanted to collect something under a certain topic. I'm just going to see what happens if we click on one. And I will try, so there's a print function here, but also I have an extension up here called Reader Mode, where it cleans up any website. And so that's a really handy extension to have. So it cleans up everything. So you've got a nice, clean text page. If you then want to save it, print it, and even there's text to speech. I haven't tried that function yet to see how it works, but it's a great add-on called Reader Mode, and lets you grab things in a nice, clean way and curate things for learners. And it works just as well if you're looking for text sources. It works just as well, for example, say you just want to use CBC News articles, which it can get very cluttered. And you were trying to direct a learner to a specific article. Well, there you go. There's ads jumping up. It is cluttered. It's distracting. But you could possibly click on an article, clean it up with Reader Mode. There we go. Nice. Okay, so it's cleaned up. The text is easier to read, some nice spacing. And when encountering more difficult text, you've also got text to speech there. So those are just a few examples of what it could look like to get some different kinds of text and what a worthy text might be. So the next part of this routine involves what probably many people already do. Lots of warm-up, pre-reading activities and discussion. So the talk part as you're looking at a new text, connecting the new text to the learner's experience, perhaps ongoing topics that have been occurring in the class, and to help navigate different structures and look at different features such as the images that accompany the text. So in the slides, there's some ideas here. And there's a nice resource, 18 warm-up activities to engage students before they read nonfiction texts. And this is a wonderful little overview from the New York Times Learning Network, but it's just a nice reminder, go away, of some of the activities you could incorporate as you introduce a new text, especially something if it's a little more complicated. Okay, I'll go back to my presentation. So the third aspect is just getting to the reading part, together individually and with digital narration. So the part I wanted to talk to you about here is the use of text to speech as a general digital tool that all learners or learners, of course, who can benefit from text to speech should have access to. It's not just an accessibility tool. What one study found was the use of text to speech for a minimum of 30 minutes per week helped to improve the reading skills of a group of struggling secondary school readers. So what did they find out? Why was it so beneficial? Simply because text to speech, really upped the difficulty level. It helped learners read longer, more difficult texts, and they learned more vocabulary. So it's an excellent tool We saw one of the easier ones. If you haven't used one, I just have one called Natural Reader, and I would recommend because it's an extension again. So it lets you use the tool with many different websites, PDFs, etc. And of course, there's great text-to-speech features now in Google Docs and in Microsoft. But I just thought I would highlight that one. So after reading or while reading, students are, now this is really getting more, warming up for the writing. Students should be annotating. And what happens with annotating? So here's a process that's starting to really warm up to get students in the sort of mind frame, the thought process of getting ready for writing. So they want to be really engaging with the text. And this is the reason you need engaging text, because you want students to have a conversation with the text. They're talking to the text and they're asking questions. What does this mean to me? What is the author trying to say? How is this like something else I read? Any of these important large questions. What don't I understand? What questions do I have? So annotating isn't just about sort of the functions of the text or unknown words. It's really this stance where students are having a conversation with the text. Now, this example is a poem where you might think, well, that's a little easier to get into some of that more in-depth kind of engagement with the text. But there's lots of annotation methods that can also be used with nonfiction. So rather than simply asking comprehension questions, doing some of these annotation activities will actually help support more in-depth engagement and understanding, particularly something like summarizing the text, using something called sketch notes, where it's just sort of I guess, I haven't used this before, but it looked interesting, of just trying to sketch and visualize the meaning of the text. Okay. Posing questions when reading nonfiction, drawing. So similar to sketch notes, just drawing what you think the text is saying. And of course, circling and highlighting confusing parts. That's still quite important. So there's a couple of good resources there that you can look up about annotating. And the important part of annotating too is also providing some modeling, which is a wonderful, if you're online and you can simply use the comment features on Word or Docs and really model what it looks like or what it sounds like to have a conversation with that text. Okay. So after the students, this could be kind of more of a solitary activity once learners really understand how they can annotate the text, and to come together if possible or work with a tutor and talk again about what the text means, what it's saying, to summarize, to continue questioning. But what you're going to introduce now in this part of the conversation is modeling language conventions, those kinds of structures and formal ways of phrasing things that appear in writing. And this is a real preparation for writing, this conversational part. And there's a couple, let me actually go down here first. What do I mean? I got two slides mixed up. So these kinds of conversational starters that point to different text structures and also help to organize different kinds of thinking structures. So it's through this activity of just having a discussion and a conversation And you want to really introduce and encourage these kinds of phrases when people are engaged in the conversation. Because what you're doing is sort of sowing the seeds and laying that groundwork for much, the more formal conventions that you'll see in writing. And I can't underscore how difficult it is really to introduce kind of these formal ways of language and phrasing in writing. So if learners can engage with each other and practice them in discussion, you're kind of bridging their knowledge, you're drawing on their knowledge, you're then encouraging them to use a little bit more formality in their discussion as they agree with someone or disagree or want to summarize something. And then from there, those connect with some of the very formal conventions that would appear in writing with different kinds of text and different structures. So again, there's another very useful resource there, scaffolds to support English language learners in writing and discussion. And just a note here, I know the note about language and understanding these conventions. It is a challenge to go from colloquial, everyday speech or speech where there's dialects, different language, ASL, to layering these formalities. It really is another kind of way of using language when we have some of these formal writing conventions. So I really think this is key of discussion and having students try out these kinds of conventions in discussion before they go to writing. And there's a couple more resources here to direct you to. This current events toolkit might be very useful because it contains lots of discussion strategies, but in response, you can use them with any current event. So you fill in the topic, you fill in the text, and there's a lot of discussion strategies that you can build around the text that you're using to really model and to learn and practice the language conventions. And this other resource, small group discussion protocols, are great examples of how you can organize and coordinate discussion online and offline. So they give you an online scenario and an offline scenario that might be helpful. Okay. So now we get to the part where you're really going to, you've got the learners have worked around, what's important to them, what are the thoughts they want to express, how are they going to express them in a more formal way to reach an audience, to address an issue. And so there's more scaffolds that can be provided using, of course, graphic organizers that we've already talked about. And I know someone had asked, I don't know if you got a response, but I've got two links here to open source graphic organizers that you'll be able to access. So these are available as Google Drawings. And so you can get them on your shared drive. And then once you have access, you can modify them to suit your purposes. The other piece of this with the graphic organizers are lots of signal words. So if you're talking about cause and effect, you're going to also introduce these kinds of signal words that we talked to, I think others talked a little bit about this morning, but those are part of the important scaffolds to get ready for writing. And of course, these sentence starters, those sentence starters that were practiced with discussion can then be transferred onto the paper, and that they would be used by the learner to produce those sentences that really start to express their opinion, their understandings, their insights. And hopefully by the end of this, I think what's important is to put what you're going to be doing is, of course, just focusing on one element. The text that you choose will give you hints to, well, what am I going to focus on here? It's going to provide some models from examples. Maybe that text you choose helps you look at something that needs to be analyzed, or something that needs to be compared and contrasted, something that demonstrates pros and cons. So the text hopefully can give you a model for what the students will be practicing in their writing. But one of the important things to think about is the emphasis we often put on the operational part. We put a lot of emphasis on vocabulary and spelling and punctuation and sentence control. But I think in front of that, before that, is really that holistic kind of learner response. If the learners aren't engaged, if the learners aren't engaged in a discussion, if they don't have some opinion, if they don't feel entitled even to express an opinion, their writing will remain quite flat. I mean, it's the engagement part, the part where learners are really responding to the text in a very kind of personal way, that they have an opinion, they have thoughts, it sparks ideas in their heads. And that sort of thinking, that sort of really has to be put in place first. And then you get to the modeling and the scaffolding and the language conventions and the graphic organizers, the sentence starters, really help them move into that area where they're taking their sort of informal and colloquial ideas and really translating into that more formalized and often abstract ways of written expression. And then finally, really finally, the focus on operations. And that should be kind of the third part that gets thought about. And what you can do, what you've got now when you make these choices of what your focus will be, is you've made the criteria for writing very explicit. And we don't want to overwhelm with a lot of criteria, but there just might be one or two things that you're touching on with each writing assignment. Is their response reflective of their own thinking? Did they go back to the text to provide examples? What about those scaffolds and models that you've introduced? Did they use them? Did they rely on them? And with the operations focus, that can be an area where you really differentiate, because learners will be kind of all over their map with what causes them challenge, what are challenges with their spelling, with certain ways, with grammatical structures and sentences. There will be quite a range of abilities and challenges. So that might be an area that you really try to get more focus, individually focused on when working with learners. Okay. And the final kind of phase in this, or the final step, is to really think about where that writing is going. Get away from just writing for the teacher, writing for the instructor, and think about ways to share the writing. And that can be done simply. It could be shared with other learners, of course, and exchanged in the class, in the group. It could be shared between groups and classes, so in more of a program-wide sharing. There's blogs and e-zines that could be developed for the purpose of sharing a little bit more broadly, or just knowing that something is going up on the internet. Changes might change how learners approach the writing. There could be local publishing and posting opportunities, maybe invitations to contribute to issues being explored at municipal, provincial, or even national level. And of course, looking for interest and advocacy groups that are aligned with learners' concerns could also provide an outlet for sharing. And so there's also another resource there that might be a good reference if you wanted to sort of be inspired and think about ways learners can share their writing and the importance of that. Okay, so that's kind of the summary, the wrap up of that routine. And I think the main point is to consider how it is a process for sure, but the process we often talk about writing is just writing focus. And I think we have to really acknowledge the role of texts that are inspiring, engaging, also the role of discussion in really setting learners up to think about and engage with the text and to formulate their thoughts, because it's that process often, I think, that really is a barrier for learners, is that how do I get these kinds of thoughts that are onto the page in a much more following these kinds of conventions that they might read or see in writing, and to formulate their ideas. And that is a process that definitely takes practice and support. Okay, so that is the end of the presentation. So I will stop screen sharing here, and look at that. It's a little bit early, which is probably a nice thing on a Friday.
Thank you.
Okay.
Christine. It was, I really enjoyed that, and the whole process of taking it back a few steps, not just going right into the writing and having it integrated with digital resources and the technology. So very interesting. Any questions for Christine? I know 2 o'clock is coming up, where we're going to have the other facilitators, the ones that could join us for a full Q&A, but anything particular for Christine's workshop?
I can get the link there, since I shared, there were so many resources. There we go.
So Jason has his hand up.
Hi, Christine. I browsed your book, A Sound Approach to Spelling.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking about phonics and particularly emergent learners. And for me, and I showed it to some of the learners also in class, I think with the graphemes, they can be a little bit daunting and intimidating. Like I just put some in the chat. And I was thinking for using some of those exercises, I would maybe like white it out at the top, where it's not necessarily important to know what graphemes are, how to say it, how to spell it, or what those symbols mean, but just how to do the thing. And just curious, I guess, if you have any particular advice related to that.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Yeah, that was something I did quite a few years ago, and it's a copyrighted book from Grassroots Press. So 10 years on, and having re-entered, the wonderful world and the possibilities of technology, I would refer to an open source kind of a collection of phonics materials. So you have that ability to make those changes as you see fit. So yeah, in this era, I would definitely look at open source phonics support materials if that's what you're looking for. And there's a lot out there. And that means that when you see them, you can make those kinds of changes on your own. I think that's so important. I think that's one of the powerful things about this digital era that we're in, is the power of open source materials. Yeah.
Any other questions for Christine?
Oh, someone has put up maybe an open source material there with phonics. Great. That can be followed up. Great. And that's nice. Yeah, demystifying writing. We don't want to make it too complicated. And I just think talk and conversation and engaging text, it are the keys, are the ingredients. And setting up purposeful talk and really inserting those scaffolds to take that conversational insights that students have, because we want to encourage them. We want students to know that what they're thinking and how they respond is important, and it's useful, and it's interesting, and it can be shared. So through that, lots of interwoven conversation in the writing, in those sessions, and then carefully scaffolded to become a little more formalized, to get warmed up for writing. I think that can be quite powerful.
Thank you, Christine.
Yeah.
Well, it is 2:00 right on, and we have Natalie joining us, as well as Shelley for the Q&A. But just a reminder, there's the survey to be done. And the survey, if everybody can do the survey, first 40 get a copy of Natalie's book. So please complete that as well. And so we're opening up for Q&A. So Natalie is with us, Shelley is with us, and Christine. And Stephanie, unfortunately, is not with us. But if you have any questions towards Stephanie's workshop, we can definitely take it and pass it over to her. So it's open up to our facilitators. Any questions? Could be a comment, it could be a clarification, or just an open discussion.
Maybe people just want to take the rest of the day off and go back. It's a Friday.
It's a Friday and it's rainy.
I
Susan?
just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware of quill.org's excellent interactive writing activities. It's a site that's free. They have a really robust assessment. They have assessments for ELL and for non-ELL students. And then with one button or one click, you can assign activities that relate to the assessment results. It's got a new feature, which is called reading for, reading for meaning, I think it is. But it's how to build sentences using because, so, and. So the different ways of combining sentences that were introduced today. It's just a really excellent free resource that we've been using a lot in our program. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware of that tool. And also there's a really great site called ESL Bits, and it's got hundreds of classic novels, short stories, etc., all with both reading and audio, and it's human voice audio, which is really nice, not computer generated. Those are two resources that we just love in our program.
Susan, do you mind putting it in the chat?
I can do that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi there, it's Audrey Gardner. I'm wondering if I can ask a question.
Absolutely, Audrey.
Okay, really enjoyed the presentations. I'm just wondering if I'd like to hear from each of you. I suppose kind of one of the sort of practices that you always go to that tends to work most of the time. I know it'll be hard to answer that briefly, but you know, the things that always tend to work well, especially when someone is really hesitant about sharing their writing, whether that's even sending an email to you, but just sharing their writing in any form. So what's your immediate go-tos? Thanks.
I guess I'll go first. Perhaps it's not surprising for me. A lot of the ways that I get people to engage at first is really just through something that's a bit, not necessarily like vulnerable personal, but something that's personal, something that's of interest to them, something a student can connect with. I think one of the things with writing is that there's actually two places of judgment that most people are worried about. One is about their spelling and structure and grammar and all the rules and conventions of writing. The other is about the content and what they're concerned that what they're going to say is maybe wrong. So there's a lot of vulnerability that comes with sharing. So if you can remove at least some of that and kind of make it about something where they are the subject matter expert, I do find I can usually get students to at least start engaging a little bit sooner if it's something they're at least comfortable talking about or like talking about, that's relatable to them, that's personal to them. And to be honest, I mean, in work outside of even teaching, but other facilitation I do where we're working on writing stuff, sometimes just getting that first word out, we'll start with something as small as just tell me one word you wrote today that you're proud of, versus, and then maybe it's one sentence. And I've worked with some people for various reasons who even just getting that far is quite a step. Of course, now if you're teaching online, you've got the chat and things too, right? So getting people to type their responses if they're not quite ready to use their voice, or able to. So just really kind of getting that first bit out and making things really approachable usually is my go-to. If they're interested and passionate about something and they tend to want to talk about it and write about it.
Thank you, Shelley. Christine or Natalie, if you want to weigh in.
Well, I would just add my actual teaching experience is limited. I've taught English as a second language to adults, but I do think echoing Shelley that, aside from the subject matter and certainly tapping into people's interests or personal lives that they're willing to share could go a long way. But just as I mentioned in my presentation, starting at the sentence level, and maybe even not asking them to write a full sentence all up on their own, but giving them, a sentence frame or a sentence starter to sort of, so that they don't, that pressure is even less than even writing a full sentence on their own.
Thank you. Christine?
Yeah.
Do you have a go-to method?
I wish when I was teaching, I had more opportunity for that discussion part, that understanding of the distance that there might be between how people express themselves in conversation informally, and that distance to getting that expression in that more formalized way on the page. So I wish when I was an instructor, I did spend more time doing that. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Lots of information, lots of takeaways, strategies, techniques, methods, all of that. I think we've had a wonderful day. There's more to share, as we'll do on our end from MTML. We're going to be putting out the resource booklet. It's going to be on our website. And Bryn, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, probably in January. We're going to collect resources, create a document the way we did last year for reading and writing, reading and technology. The same will be done this year, somewhere in January. Yeah.
So
I personally wanted to just thank all the presenters. I mean, amazing day. Amazing day. Thank you so much. Recording will also be on the website, Susan. A recording may be there earlier, but the resource booklet will take some time.
So thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank our facilitators. I'd like to thank our ASL interpreters for the day. And I'd like to thank everybody who participated and engaged in today's event. Definitely a professional development, big effort on everyone. So thank you and enjoy the rest of the day and the weekend. And yeah, next year we'll have another PD.
Thank you to the ESL interpreters. Thank you so much.